Ultimately be decided. I mean, we have to see which set of these big is going to impose their will, not just offensively, but defensively too.
Here are the five for Philadelphia. We've got George. Tyrese Maxey is out there with Joel Embiid. And it's Grimes in at the two-guard spot. McDaniels, that's good.
Attacking right away. McDaniels wasting no time there.
And here is Maxey. And he gets it to go, hitting off the back of the rim.
He's a potent mix of effort and ability. Hard to shut down a player of his caliber.
Edwards for three. The rebound by Embiid.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
George with it. Randall's in his pocket. Over to the left wing. Here's Yabusele for three. It's rebounded by Anthony Edwards. And Anthony Edwards has stated that his goal is to ultimately surpass Michael Jordan.
Hey, look, that is a lofty goal to run out. I don't know if he'll catch it, but I like the fact that he's ambitious enough and confident enough to put it out there. His ability speaks for itself. This guy's a star already, and his star continues to shine. His work ethic and confidence give me belief that he's going to have a chance to at least get close to that. We know about 25 years ago, there was a guy named Kobe Bryant who sought to do something similar to what MJ did, and he got pretty close to matching it.
Maxey, he's in his comfort zone. 2 for 2 to start this one.
Recognize that space given, and Maxey pulled up in the mid-range for the bucket.
On target from range.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
George against McDaniels. Shoots from the elbow. George's shot is off.
Hey, sometimes the best looks don't equate to points.
McDaniels passes to Edwards. Pass to Gobert. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
Gobert plays as tough at the rim offensively as anybody in the league.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
I caught up with Coach Chris Finch. I talked to him about Joel Embiid, and Coach told me Embiid does have us worried. He's just so physical out there, but we're going to be physical right back and get in his face when we can, so they'll be trying to challenge the big man all night.
Thank you for that, Allie. Now here's Edwards. He had 25 points in his last game. And it's Randall with the jam.
And rolling with such quickness. There's just no way to keep Randall from scoring that.
Maxey with it. He's picked up by Edwards. With the step back. Edwards against Maxey. To the paint. Yabusele, book that.
Well, Maxey has proven he's got a good eye out on the floor. He'll spot those gaps in a minute.
And Clark, this last summer, former Sixer Doug Collins inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, well-deserved honor for Doug. I mean, he's Philly's former #1 overall pick back in 1973, and he played almost a decade there for the Sixers. Also coached the Sixers, among many other teams that he had a chance to coach in the NBA, but clearly an NBA lifer and one of the best guys that's part of the NBA fraternity.
Embiid can't hit.
You got to move past that one. I mean, they'd want him to take that again.
Well, you know, I hear you. That's a good look, but when you're that wide open, I think you got to knock it down.
Now here's Edwards. Back to Daniels. Perfect night so far, 2 for 2.
An outstanding first quarter from the field.
You're exactly right. I mean, everything seems to be dropping. Impressive scoring here.
Here's Yabusele, guarded by Edwards. Kicks it to George. Crafty move, out left to the wing. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Maxey. Oh, good D by Edwards. The Timberwolves lead by 6. Pass to Randall. McDaniels with it. That's in. coming off an assist from Randall. McDaniels got 6 points.
They have no answer defensively inside.
Yeah, and that's 4 straight field goals now they've allowed from point-blank range. Can't happen.
Minnesota has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Edwards, no good. 76ers trail by 8. George feels it out a bit. Philadelphia with another miss. Fires away from way outside. And that concludes the first quarter of play. Timberwolves ahead, up by 8. Don't. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. And let's get your take, guys, on the scoring breakdown for Minnesota.
Their chemistry. That's what really stood out so far in this one to me. Look at the number of assists they've been able to rack up so far.
You have to like the fact that they're not settling at all. I mean, they've really made a point to get the ball down inside and challenge that interior defense.
And let's take this time to bring up the list of last season's elite shot-blocking teams. Number 5, the Timberwolves.
I don't think you can ever underestimate the effect that a few block shots can have on your opponent. I mean, it can get into your head as an offensive player. You're going in there thinking you've got a clear path, and then you see the ball going behind you in reverse. I mean, that could be major intimidation and affect your game.
So, on the floor for Philadelphia, they've got Andre Drummond, Maxey out there with Kelly Oubre, and it's Bona in at the power forward position. Well, when you look at the forwards in this league, there are a lot more Grant Hill types out there these days, partner.
Well, thank you for the nice words, B.A. Of course, I took pride in my overall game. And over the last few decades or so, we've seen a bunch of guys playing the 3, 4, and 5 who can pass, dribble, and shoot. So it's fun to watch the game evolve.
Drummond with the bucket.
A true center, a throwback center. Drummond is not a guy who jacks up threes. Andre wants to eat inside.
Maxey against DiVincenzo. Inside, here's Reed. A slam dunk by Reed.
And this guy, to me, embodies determination. Small at his position, but he still gets up and keeps plays alive. That's mind over matter for sure.
Maxey, that's good.
Strong take by the wily Maxey. He is fantastic at turning on the Jets.
Maxey against DiVincenzo. Pass to Garza. Back to DiVincenzo. He shoots it. Philadelphia grabs the miss. Their last encounter was in Philadelphia.
Last time, free throw shooting was their kryptonite. Just could not keep pace.
Yeah, you know, that differential jumps off the page to me. And whether it's more disciplined defense or more aggressive offense, they've got to look to flip that script tonight.
Clark, with Minnesota being a major player in the West now, Wolves Nation is howling.
Howling and growling, B.A. That's the name of their fan base. And yeah, they're excited. And for good reason. Not only is this team competitive, but they can be downright dominant at times, especially at the defensive end of the floor. Easy group to cheer for.
Driving in. And no good. Nice D from Reed. Minnesota leading by 9. McDaniels from long range. Good efficiency. He's drained 4 out of 5.
Right there, Daniels is saying, you got to come get me if you want to stop me.
Maxey passes to Drummond. To the inside. Here's Bona. Pass to McCain. Jacks up a 3. Drops in the 3. McCain's gotten himself going with a triple. His first basket of the game.
He made the most of that opening, teaching the defense a lesson.
Here's Shannon. Outside, DiVincenzo. Reed sets a screen. Fires it. And Minnesota again with a bucket.
Yep, you know, after a scoreless first period, he's really turned it up a notch, building some momentum.
For 3, Maxey. Garza grabs the board. The Timberwolves have gotten 5 of their first 6 attempts to fall in the second. And Chris Finch has called timeout. I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments. The 76ers making a switch here. Lowry's checked in. And a moment to check out the 2K leaderboard. Here were the best rebounders last season. Second is Rudy Gobert.
Simply put, he was terrific down low last year, owning the glass.
Randall outside. Out to DiVincenzo. Driving inside. And he banks in the layup. Garza's got his first points of the game.
A versatile guard, DiVincenzo is excellent at hitting his teammates in their spots.
Pass to McCain. Back to Lowry. Here's McCain. 4-3. It's rebounded by Minnesota. Gobert's got rebound number 5 here tonight.
Nice rebound. Trying to match the other team's intensity right now.
And that's a good place to start if you're going to try to find your way back into this game. Get to work on the glass.
DiVincenzo, the pass to Gobert. 18 feet out. Drummond grabs the miss. 76ers trail by 13. Here's McCain. Back to Oubre. The 3 is up. Buries it from 3. Oubre's got his first 3 points of the game.
And these kinds of shots help Oubre get into a rhythm. Terrific work off the catch.
DiVincenzo with it. He had a 24-point outing in their last game against Milwaukee. Pass to Randall. Shoots over Oubre. And so it's the Minnesota Timberwolves ending the quarter up 10. And their defense has stood out, wreaking havoc for the opposition. Back to the game after this break.
Looking at Philadelphia, they don't get their home opener until next game. But tonight, they start this new season on the road, kind of like...
Now we'll take a look back at our featured game. That was quite a performance for the Timberwolves.
Offense.
Thanks for tuning in.
And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast thus far. We're halfway through the game. One of the stories here, Jaden McDaniels getting it done today.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's got left in the tank. That first half had to take a lot out of him.
Julius Randle out there with Naz Reid. Then there's Anthony Edwards. Then it's Jaden McDaniels. And it's Gobert in at the 5, down low. And that's the group for Chris Finch as we begin the second half. George, good.
Really difficult to contain Paul George in these pick and roll sets because of his speed. I mean, that's one element that gives him a great advantage. He's really good at making decisions in tight spaces and in these pick and roll situations.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on him.
The kick out to Edwards. No good there. That would have cut it to single digits.
They've had a slight leg up on the boards and a big leg up on the scoreboard.
Well, you take a look at all of the stats, the team stats that is, and that's one of the many areas that they've had the advantage. As a result, they've got a big lead.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Joel Embiid is setting records with his scoring, but he said, when I get stuck into just being a scorer, that's not the best version of me. I like sharing the ball. As you've seen the last couple of years, the teams that have won, they move the ball. Nothing is static. So that's how we should play. Pretty simple, Brian.
Yeah, great understanding, right? Thanks, Allie. And from what we've seen so far in his career, Anthony Edwards wants to be that guy in crunch time, Clark.
Yeah, I love his mentality. Not only in that he wants to be the guy, but he also wants to elevate his teammates. And he plays the game with an exuberance and a joy and a freshness. that is, quite good to see. But I like his attack mentality and his willingness to step into leading his team by example at both ends of the floor.
Nails it from beyond the arc. Edwards got 5 points now in the quarter.
The challenge with defending Edwards, he's a three-level scorer.
Boy, they'd love if anyone could get a bucket.
Yeah, their offense has been grinding to a halt.
George finds Edwards. And that time also a missed shot.
And I'm sure this isn't how they drew it up at the half. Only 1 for 5 here in the third quarter.
A little over 2.5 minutes off the clock in this final half of play. And here's Edwards outside. Edwards can't get that one to fall. 76ers trail by 17. And stolen by Gobert. Edwards looking for an opening. Pass to Gobert. Randall outside. Outside Edwards. Now Reed. Ooh, anticipated the pass. It's a turnover. George left side. Reed with the rebound. Reed's got 4 rebounds in the game.
I'll tell you what, they've rebounded the ball tremendously well.
Yeah, you look across the board, it's actually sizing up, shaping up to be a great game. I mean, strong performances throughout, and they've really been strong on the glass.
Just hasn't found much consistency from the floor, but his teammates have picked up the slack.
And timeout is called by Nick Nurse. He's going to talk it over with his guys. So both teams making some changes here. All right, a chance now to take a look at the steals over the last few months for Jaden McDaniels.
I get the feeling he hasn't been paying as much attention defensively as he should be. His steal numbers have dipped in the past few months. He needs to get back some of that intensity on defense.
That one drops for him. McCain's got his second basket on the night.
Once he breaks out the crossover, you just know something special is about to happen.
Takes the 3. They get it again. Here's Yabusele. It's Edwards on the wing. Second chance effort. The rebound by Shannon. Minnesota leading by 15. The 3, DiVincenzo knocks down the triple. DiVincenzo's got 9.
I just love the ball movement.
Here's the 3. Hits the trifecta.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
A little back and forth from long range. I love it. That's a terrific answer there.
41 seconds left to play in the third. And it's Randall with the jam.
Boy, what a throwdown by the well-built 6'9" Julius Randle with power.
And they're +5 on the boards after that rebound.
Stolen. Pass to Grimes. Here's McCain going inside. Count the basket. McCain's got 7 points here in the quarter.
Doing all he can so far, but they still find themselves trailing.
Shannon. Here's Garza. Alexander Walker, the pass to Garza. 6 to shoot. DiVincenzo can't hit. And so it's the Minnesota Timberwolves up 15 points as this quarter concludes. They're getting quality looks, and that's why they're shooting at such a high clip. We'll be back in a moment. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
Just a selfless decision from your 2-guard, showing his ability to get his teammates good looks.
Yeah, and as a 2-guard, he's typically not a reluctant shooter, so it was really nice to see him orchestrating for a teammate instead.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may already be out of hand. And the 76ers looking at who they've got. Oubre is at the 2 with George playing the 3. Andre Drummond is out there with Joel Embiid. And it's Maxey in at the 1. Here's Shannon. He's covered by Oubre. Here's Alexander Walker. Pass to DiVincenzo. Launches it. Hits Missed a three-pointer.
And they keep attacking from the three-point range here in the second half.
I have no problem with that. As a matter of fact, I hate to see teams get conservative with the lead. As long as they're good shots, take them, and as long as they're falling, continue to take them.
Down low. And it's Randall with the jam.
There's the unselfishness you like to see in a guard. DiVincenzo keeping his eyes up and his options open.
Here's Maxey. The shot goes down. Very quick possession right there. Minnesota leading by 16. Here's Shannon. Shoots over Oubre. Outside for Randall. Pass to DiVincenzo. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And there are the Timberwolves with another bucket.
Guys, I tell you what, feels like everything is coming easy to him. Just taking what he sees and capitalizing.
Maxey passes to Oubre. No good on the three.
And really a reflection of their superior effort level to this point. It seems to me they've gone after this win a little bit more.
Here's Alexander Walker, and another basket for Minnesota.
And he couldn't get an easier shot. The defense right now just looks defeated.
Well, that's exactly the kind of defense that's gotten him into the hole. Well, I admire the fact he's trying to power through this rough stretch, but on occasion you'll have periods like this.
DiVincenzo finds Randall. Now DiVincenzo. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got 5 rebounds tonight. Drummond passes to George. It's rebounded by Minnesota. Garza's got his 4th rebound in this one. Pass to DiVincenzo. And we're about 3 minutes into the 4th now. Here's Shannon. He takes it in, and there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
I almost can't believe what I saw. Incredible.
I'm speechless, man. I'm speechless.
He's one of the few players in the NBA who can pull something like that off.
The Timberwolves lead by 22. A look at the clock, a little under 3.5 minutes gone by in the 4th. Out to the wing. From deep. They get it back. Outside, Alexander Walker. Pass to DiVincenzo. Here's Shannon. George defending from behind the arc. Shannon's shot is off. Philadelphia's gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the 4th quarter.
And let's face it, this one was never really in question. They came out with purpose and just overwhelmed the opposition. A great win for the Timberwolves.
Pretty clear who the better team was today. They dominated in just about every phase of this game, Grant.
BA, it's almost hard to think what didn't go well for them. Their plan, their execution, everything was absolutely on point.
And so this win marks their first victory of the new year.
And they've had no trouble finding the win against this squad. They'll wrap up the season series with a clean 3-0 sweep.
Well, once they'd taken the first 2 from him, you could just sense how this one was going to go.
Here's DiVincenzo. Shoots over Maxey. Oh, sinks it after the cagey pump fake. Nice. And the Timberwolves lead by 19. The 3 is up. No good on the shot. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Pass to Randall. Here's Shannon. Back to Alexander Walker. Outside, DiVincenzo. Basket's good.
Stepping up and nailing an important shot to put this away.
And, you know, this run shows what kind of attitude this team has. I mean, the win is there. Go get it.
So we see the Timberwolves taking the W here. Boy, they were something special to watch. All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For
opening night, it must be tough for the players to keep their focus.
Yeah, I think obviously there's a ton of excitement because you've put the off-season to use trying to improve your skill as a player, but you love the game of basketball. It's hard not to get amped up. You know, it's just the mature players who are able to channel that in the right direction.
And now the opening lineup for Boston. The post pair, Tatum and Porzingis. White in at shooting guard, with Brown playing small forward. And it's Holiday in at the point. And oh, here we go with George. Nobody back. And the shot goes in. George has got his second basket.
You allow Paul George loose in fast break situations. He's an absolute force in the open floor.
And the dunk by Porzingis.
Now flying high and throwing it down with the one hand.
One of his favorite moves right there, guys. Now, here's Maxey. And off the front iron, and in it goes.
And with how explosive Maxey is, he's not your average guard in the paint.
Here's Brown, and he makes good on the layup.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
Here's George, following the basket by Jaylen Brown. Lock at 6. And a bit of a battle here for the ball. The official signals a jump ball here.
That'll be a jump ball.
White down low. Embiid's there. Fires from deep. Oubre pulls it in. 76ers have gotten their first 3 shots to go in for them to start off this game. And we talk about Derek White, Doris. How impressive has his rise been?
Kevin, it's been both impressive and sometimes feels improbable. He was not highly recruited. There were no expectations on him when he arrived in the NBA. This guy has turned himself into one of the premier defenders from the guard spot, an excellent shot blocker, and so rock steady as a ball handler on the offensive end. I love that Jason Tatum not settling for a jumper. He goes to the rim with authority.
Here's Maxey. The shot, no good.
Never easy to stop this guy at the rim, but that is a beautiful contest right there.
And the dunk by Tatum.
Wow, how about the long arms and the timing of Jason Tatum on the alley-oop? Nice.
And Tatum pulls it down.
Yeah, you won't see him miss many dunks unless you've got somebody right in his face, as was the case there on that possession.
At that size, Porzingis doesn't have to travel far to get above the cup. That is a nice finish.
To the paint, and George with the stuff.
Well, that's about timing and precision and knowing for Paul George how to use that leaping ability to get that alley-oop.
White finds Brown. Here's Tatum, and slam dunk by Tatum.
How about the head of steam he's able to generate right there and just gets to the rack really easy.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Kevin, the Sixers have their superstar in Joel Embiid, but Coach Nick Nurse says they have to maximize him in different ways. Nurse said unpredictability is the key. We have to relieve some of the pressure. Guys are overplaying and sending multiple players at him. We have to find easy baskets out of it. Kevin?
Makes a lot of sense, David. Thank you. Embiid's shot is good.
And Embiid being assertive offensively, wasting no time in getting that one.
Maxey against Holiday. Outside, Porzingis. Back to Holiday. And stolen by Maxey. One-on-one fast break. George from deep three-point land. A quick shot there, and it's off target. Tatum against Oubre. And now Philadelphia on the break. Here's George. Stolen by Tatum. Porzingis. Oh!
Wow.
Where did that come from?
Holy goodness.
That was beautiful. Embiid with the screen on White. It's good. Nice touch there from Maxey.
Take your focus off Maxey for 1 second and he will let it fly from out there.
19 seconds left here in the first quarter. Pass to Oubre. Outside, Maxey. 6 on the shot clock. Takes the three. No good on that one. And it's sent back by George. Plenty of offense in this closely contested first quarter of play. Celtics out in... And if you're just tuning in, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. And what do you guys think about Boston here in this one?
Well, when you control the glass, you control the second chance opportunities on both ends.
And that's how they controlled the first quarter. I thought they were the much more physical team.
They've got Edwards. Also, Maxey out there. Yabusele out there with Andre Drummond. And it's Bona in at the four-man position. That's the group for Philadelphia to start the second quarter. That's it, and the Celtic lead is cut down to just 2 points with the bucket from Yabusele.
Boy, you love to see this level of awareness from a big like Drummond. How about that feed to his teammate?
Well, we love his ability to attack the rim. He just loses a little bit of focus and misses the chippy.
And he shows us all what the breakaway rim was invented for.
Can you believe he almost brought the whole thing down by hanging on that long? And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. Andre Drummond picks one up.
Don't you love how physical Jaylen Brown is? This guy is not afraid to draw contact.
This is his first trip to the line tonight. You know, Doris, few teams have tried to invite Brown to be a shooter. He's punished them each and every time.
And he's had to put in the work, Kevin, to make himself a legit perimeter threat. And listen, the defense has to make choices. Athletically, this is one of the most gifted players in the league. If you're going to concede anything to Jaylen, it'd probably be the three-point shot.
And the Celtics with possession here after the Sixers pick up 2. Here's Hauser. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. Edwards finds Drummond. It's tipped and stolen by White. Porzingis inside. Edwards there. And it's Porzingis that time on the assist by White. And taking a quick look here, guys, at the hustle stats for the Celtics.
Right off the bat, they're going after the ball, looking to jump into the passing lanes and create some steals in transition.
And the other thing that's working for them tonight, getting out into the open floor. A lot of the damage coming in transition.
You know, a lot of coaches might let you hear it for taking the three-pointer on the break, but I like the decision there. The D had already collapsed inside.
Pass to Yabusele. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. And a big part of perimeter defense, Greg, avoiding screens. What are some of the tricks of the trade in that regard?
Well, sometimes you have to get skinny. I mean, other times it's using your strength. A lot goes into it. Also, you know, getting a cadence for the screener. It's one of the more challenging aspects of NBA defense.
Here's Hauser, coming in off a 10-point game his last outing. Brown outside. Pass to Porzingis. Outside, Horford. Here's White. Off the mark there with the three-point shot.
Not quite enough defense that time around. Just lucky he was off.
Here's Maxey. Here's Yabusele. To the right side. There's the three. Connects from three-point range. Maxey's got 8 points.
And one of the many ways Maxey can hurt you with his shooting, lightning fast on that release.
Out to White. Hangs in midair and converts on the double clutch layup. He has 7.
Well, a tough first quarter for this guy. You like to see the shot go in. Nicely done.
And that's an intentional foul.
really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
And a whole new group out on the floor for the Celtics. Now, here's Maxey. He's got 8. It's good on the putback. And the 76ers lead by 1.
Andre Drummond has attacked the glass offensively as long as he's been in the league. Boy, those second chance points come quickly to this guy.
We've got 1:13 left in the first half. Tatum with a screen on Maxey. Blocked again.
And it's like a switch flipped between quarters. He's gone from a terrific first to a scoreless second.
Basket counts. And it's a 3-point 76ers lead. And an important part of every team's game, a look at the hustle stats for Philadelphia.
Their defense has been so aggressive right out of the gate, wasting no time shutting shooters down here with authority.
We've got a lot of game left, but boy, they are doing a tremendous job on the offensive glass.
2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
Well, that's just an excellent possession from this team. When you set up Andre Drummond down low, you're going to either take contact, get to the foul line, score it. So productive inside.
That one misses, so he goes 1 for 2.
As we've gotten closer to halftime, their style has become more and more physical.
Tatum down low. Shoots. It's Drummond with the rebound. Drummond's got his 6th rebound on the night. Maxey looking it over. For 3. That shot off. So that'll be it for the first half. Fairly even battle underway in this one. 76ers lead by... All right, David, thank you. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the third quarter.
Welcome, folks. Their bench has been strong. Guys coming in, accepting their roles, playing well in the minutes they're getting.
I'll take your word on this one.
All right, fellas. And that's a halftime wrap.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. You have to like what we're seeing from Tyrese Maxey.
And you know he's going to put up points every time out, but boy, he made it look so easy in that first half.
Now let's see if he continues that trend the rest of the way. He certainly has the talent and the endurance to do just that.
Starting off the second half, here's Joe Mazzulla's 5. Torrey Craig is out there with Jason Tatum. Then it's Holiday, and it's Cornette in at center.
Well, this guy has multiple ways to get to the free throw line, and boy, has his stroke been on the money.
With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Kevin, well, like a lockdown corner in football, teams just try to keep the ball away from Jrue Holiday. He says, I feel like they're not afraid of me, but like, okay, get him off the ball. To me, that's respect. I don't need other people telling me how good I am. You can see it by their actions. Kevin?
So true. He can be intimidating, David, and we thank you for that report. You've seen, Doris, Paul George's journey from role player to MVP candidate.
There's a reason, Kevin, Paul George is one of the most emulated players in the league with young people. His game is so well-rounded, and maybe his best attribute is his adaptability. Paul George is equally comfortable either being the lead man, or if need be, he can play with 2 or 3 other stars and still be effective. Really incredible.
Oubre, no one around him. Rebound, Boston.
And maybe he thinks he has that type of range, but I'm not sure who'd agree with him.
I think we have to check his sanity because there's a number of better options on the floor.
Buries the long-range jumper.
You know, the ability for Jason Tatum to be ready on the catch. Those opportunities make the game a little bit easier.
Here's McCain. And it is flushed down with a nice jam.
not the kind of aggressive defense they need to cut into the lead.
Yeah, you have to protect the rim, Greg, a little better.
They're just too slow to react. You can't afford to sleepwalk through possessions. What's going on out there?
And guys, the D has to show a little more fight on the interior than they did on that trip.
Oubre outside. Grimes passes to Oubre. Embiid dishes to George. Misses the three. Celtics trail by 3. Here's Tatum. Tatum using his size inside.
Now, this is one of the best scorers in the game today. Jason Tatum, we're getting used to performances like this.
Here's McCain. No good with the triple. Boston has gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. In the corner, Tatum with it. For the lead. Oh, Tatum finds a way.
This guy is putting his fingerprints all over the game in this quarter. He has flat out dominated the offensive end.
And the way the Celtics can attack teams' doors with their 5-out set, it's impossible to fully defend it.
Kevin, there is so much space on the floor because they have shooters at every single position and guys who balance that shooting with an ability to get off the dribble drive. This is as good an offense as we've seen.
And it's Nick Nurse calling timeout here, looking for a breather and maybe just 1 or 2 things to talk about. Just a quick look now at how the point totals have looked over the last several months for him.
And it's really been a nice trend for him over these last several months. He's been steadily improving in terms of his scoring output. That extra production making him more valuable the further we get along in this season.
And the points coming for them now, Greg, in bunches.
And we're seeing what a high-octane offense should look like.
For Philadelphia, they've gone 3 of 8 so far in the third quarter, looking to lock in that rhythm. Here's Bona, headed by Porzingis. Lowry for 3. The putback stayed with it, but they couldn't get it to fall. The Celtics have gone 4 of 7 to get things started here in the second half. Porzingis passes to Brown. And Brown throws it down hard.
How about a little bit of daylight is all Jaylen Brown needs, up off his feet in a hurry.
The 76ers trail by 3. Outside Lowry. Outside Edwards. To end the run. In the corner, Drummond with it. Edwards kicks to Lowry. Drummond with a screen on Brown. 5 on the clock. Lowry from deep three-point land. And it's Lowry again missing. Celtics leading by 3. Here's Brown. Great D that time from Edwards. The 76ers shooting at 44%, pretty reasonable. About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. A shot by Lowry. Wide open. Al Horford with the rebound. The Celtics have gone 5 of 9 on field goal attempts since halftime. Got a piece of it. Edwards against Brown. Outside Lowry for the tie. The 3 won't fall. What a performance for Jason Tatum. He has been the story so far for the Boston. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, and I like the fact we get to see this pass one more time. A magnificent feed, and you love to see your off guard taking over the playmaking duties with this much skill.
You love the unselfishness, finding the best look, and it doesn't matter who's taking it.
That's his first.
And I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. They've got Lowry. Andre Drummond is out there with Edwards. And it's Bona in at the 4 slot. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia.
Offensively, Maxey can be such a problem. He attacks you with that relentless energy.
Maxey against Holiday. Out to White. Pass to Tatum. Tatum from 3.
After hitting nothing from downtown in the first half, that's his second make since.
Outside for George. Here's Embiid. Some nice ball movement here by the 76ers. Maxey passes to Embiid. And that one is good. 6 points for Joel Embiid.
A solid facilitator. I like whenever Maxey looks to get his guys involved.
Just to Porzingis. Now here's Brown. Right side Holiday. Good on the bucket. Holiday's got his first bucket of the night.
And they're forcing the ball inside, and it's working like a charm.
Here's Maxey. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. That one on White.
Probably the last guy you want to foul out there. Maxey almost automatic at the strike.
And that's good as he hits both of his shots. The Celtics with the lead. It's Brown on the wing. Down low. And it's Porzingis that time on the assist by Brown.
There's simply no defense for that. Porzingis, so creative, can score in so many ways.
George finds Maxey. Back to George. Shot clock at 6. The 76ers again can't hit it.
Well, he's a quality mid-range shooter, but he can't get that one to go.
On the wing, Holiday. He's covered by Maxey. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation.
Boy, that's the last thing they needed. This game too close to be making those kinds of errors.
The 76ers trail by 3. George sets a screen for Maxey. Nice concentration to hit the double clutch layup.
Maintained his concentration beautifully as he double clutched and laid it in against some tight D.
Porzingis kicks to Tatum. Back to Porzingis. The kick out to Holiday. And Holiday throws it down.
Holiday ready to fight for that bucket. Big time delivery.
Embiid with the screen on White. Here's Maxey. And it's White with the rebound. Boston leading by 3. Left side Tatum. Outside Holiday. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. 1:46 left in the fourth quarter. Maxey with it. Picked up by Brown. Outside, George. Oubre sets the screen for George. Up again. Great positioning on the putback.
You have got to respect that about Oubre. He believes in himself even in the tight spots of the game.
White dishes to Tatum. Emphatic finish by Tatum.
The very definition of their go-to player. Mr. Tatum, ball in your hands. Yes, sir.
George sets a screen for Maxey. 1:09 left here in the fourth quarter. Outside, George. And they're unable to get the tying basket there. White against Embiid. Porzingis passes to Brown. Back to Porzingis. Got it.
Kristaps Porzingis in a big spot, not an inch of back down. That is beautiful.
Here's the triple. Maxey, no good.
And the way he was able to reach out towards that release had an impact.
Well, no question, he altered that shot, and most of the time, that's just as good as blocking it.
Outside Tatum. Knocks it loose. Oubre with the steal.
And looking for a very quick shot here.
You've got to run a play that's a quick strike. You've got to immediately foul after that.
Good! And he has brought them to within 2 points.
That's one of those clutch shots he's known for. When the pressure is high, he seems to be the most locked in.
And they commit an intentional foul. See another one of those so they can get into the penalty.
And you know what? Smart foul. You got to try and extend the game.
And he commits the intentional foul.
Paul George. That's his third personal foul. Second team foul.
So the first one drops, and that makes it a 3-point lead.
Taking 2 shots.
So he goes 2 for 2 at the line, and it's a 4-point ball game.
Those free throws are the nail in the coffin, guys.
Timeout called the 76ers. 7 seconds left in the game. Turning here to our analysts, what factors, guys, come to your mind?
Trying to stay alive, they've got to work quickly.
This is the very definition of desperation mode right now. They need a quick shot and a quick foul.
He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
Oh, how about the finesse there? Nice little gentle touch on the board.
And you know, when you have that gentle touch, those tip-ins are easy to come by. And so it's Boston scraping by with the win. They break the hearts of every fan. Thank you, David. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and
opening day.
Absolutely, Brian. Everybody's undefeated, everybody's optimistic, and everybody is eager to get going, whether you're playing or the guy on the sidelines drawing up plays.
And here's Memphis' starting group. Manning the backcourt, we'll see Morant and Bain. Edey out there with Jackson, and it's Clark in at the small forward position. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense given the situation. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Now here's Porzingis. And a nice finish on the layup.
Well, for Porzingis, that's just easy money. I'd keep going to that until they stop it.
Holiday against Morant. And the foul called on Kristaps Porzingis. That's his first foul of the game.
Personal foul. First team foul.
And so it's Memphis with it. Here's Morant. He played a great game against Charlotte. And that one good.
Yeah, just so many ways Morant can create.
Recently, player health has been the big talking point around the Memphis Grizzlies stand.
Yeah, B.A., look, and it's really a shame to have such a talented, dynamic team have to deal with all those constant what-ifs and have their seasons so affected by things outside of their control. It's tough.
Well, if you went into the lab and created the perfect wing, it might be Desmond Bain, coach.
Well, Brian, this guy's so strong. He can guard bigger guys, and his three-point numbers are crazy. Desmond Bain, well over a 40% three-point shooter for his career.
Now here's Brown. Lets it go from deep. And he buries his first look.
Well, you know, when Brown's hitting the three, it really opens up this offense.
Outside Bain. This one for three. Ooh, the Grizzlies with another miss.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Here's White. Memphis with a rebound.
Wow. Missed the easy one right there, right at the rim, but came up empty.
Kicks it out to Jackson. Pass to Bain. Three-pointer. Porzingis grabs the board. The Celtics have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Left side White. Outside Tatum. Now Porzingis. Plenty of space. Clark grabs the board.
Well, the defense just gave him that shot, and he wasn't able to convert. Very disappointing.
Edey, that's good.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Now here's Brown. Outside White. And wrestling for it there, but no one has possession. We'll have a jump ball. And the Celtics in possession here. Tatum finds Brown. Boston again missing.
That's how you stay connected to a shooter. Was right in his jersey.
A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
I was able to talk to Joe Mazzulla for a minute, and we discussed his plan for John Morant. Coach smiled and said, I just told my guys to stay ready out there, ready for anything, because Morant can do so many surprising things. We just have to stay on our toes. Hopefully that flexible mindset helps the defense keep up with Morant's antics out there. B.A.
As always, Allie, we thank you. Holiday. He's now 1 for 2 with that bucket.
Yeah, in the paint, Holiday's agility makes him tough to contain. He just needs a little space to go to work.
Jackson with a screen on Holiday. Kicks it out to Jackson. And again, it's Memphis missing.
I can't believe he missed that three. Regardless, that's not a shot the defense should be giving.
Here's Tatum. And there's a whistle. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. You know, Grant, in interviews, Jason Tatum often seems understated and soft-spoken, but that's just him, isn't it?
That's true, B.A. Tatum has a quiet confidence about him. He doesn't feel the need to be loud or act out. He lets his work on the court do all the talking for him.
Now here's Morant. 1:36 left in the first quarter. Pass to Edey. Back to Morant. 5 to shoot. Counted from distance. Morant's got 7.
Well, normally Morant is scoring off the dribble. It's good to see him being effective off the ball.
Oh, it's Porzingis with the jam.
And using his length, getting in close to stuff it down. That's just too easy.
Here's Morant after the basket by Boston. Here's Edey. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Getting up and then throwing it down.
Oh, that was a big hammer right there. Here's Tatum, and the layup is good.
And Tatum is an impressive athlete. So good at knifing inside and finishing at the rim.
Now here's Morant. He has 7. Denied by Tatum. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Tatum. Morant against Holiday. Oh, there's Morant with the slam.
You know why Morant makes those dunks look so easy? He's got a 44-inch vertical. That's unbelievable.
White can't hit. Memphis leading. 3 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Morant against Holiday. Shot's good by Morant.
Because of his ability to elevate and make adjustments in air, Morant has no trouble scoring inside.
And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. And stolen by Morant. With 2 seconds left. Oh, he got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall for him. Ja Morant, he's... Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from Memphis.
Well, we've watched them force their way to the line, and it seems to be working so far.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's really hard to get foul calls on the road. Credit them for being so aggressive.
The perimeter pairing, it's White and Brown. Then there's Al Horford, and it's Hauser in at the point. That's who's in the game for the Celtics. Now here's Jackson. Aldama, no good. Bagley against Brown. Brown gets the inside finish.
They have no answer defensively inside.
And here's Jackson. He'll bring it up for the Memphis Grizzlies. Last time they met was in Memphis.
And last time against this squad, they struggled to make free throws. They keep capturing the lead, then giving it back. We'll see if they can hold on to it this time.
Well, this is why the fans are here. Each team trading blows, increasing the entertainment.
Oh, he packs it down!
That is incredible. My goodness. Brown with the massive throwdown.
Jackson, the pass to Williams. Back to Jackson. Here's Huff. No points yet. And out of bounds. Boston will have it. And it's the 2K leaderboard. Team leaders in blocks last season. Number 1, the Celtics. The 4th spot held by the Grizzlies.
One look at last season's shot blocking numbers, and it's clear that these are two squads that love to play the physical game down in the paint.
Well, I like how White has upgraded his ball handling over the years. A big part of his growth.
Here's Jackson. He's in his comfort zone. 2 for 2 to start this one. Grant, when you talk about consistency and officiating game to game, you think there's room for improvement?
You know, I do think so. I mean, they're allowing more contact, but overall, more clarity on what constitutes legal guarding position would help players and officials.
Jackson outside. From outside the arc. Horford pulls it in. For Boston, they've gotten off to a sensational 5-for-5 start in the second quarter. Brown inside. He's covered by Bagley. Brown passes to Hauser. That three's off the mark. Memphis trailing here. Jackson on the wing. He's guarded by White, and that one drops for him. Jackson's got 6 points in the quarter.
He came up dry offensively in the first, but looks like he's ready to turn it around.
And he lobs it up.
Yeah, and guys, when White's got the ball in his hands, you can count on him to make the right decision with it.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Grizzlies great Marc Gasol last season retiring from basketball. He embraced the city of Memphis. He said, quote, "I think a player has to feel that it's their city and they have to fight for it. You play with a different mindset when you do that. To me, winning was the most important thing."
And they did a lot of winning, Allie.
Setting each other up beautifully, I love it. 8 of their last 10 points coming off assists.
Jackson, right side. Pass to Huff. Outside, Williams. Misses the three. Used the pump fake well, but he couldn't capitalize. To the middle. Deflects the pass. And it's going to be out of bounds. Boston will have another go. And, Coach, you look at Vince Williams. That 7-foot wingspan is a difference maker defensively.
It sure is, Brian. He disrupts a lot of offensive action, both on and off the ball, forcing turnovers and blocking shots.
Jackson surveying the D. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. Jackson's got 8 points. The Celtics have gotten 7 of their first 9 shots to drop during the second. Here's White. Inside. White gets it to go.
Man, that's now 10 straight points in the paint. I'm not sure what's happened to their defense, man.
Outside, Williams. Off target from three-point range. Celtics lead by 4. Now White. Give him 8 points now. Ooh, good D by Bagley. And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
Yeah, B.A., that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it.
Got a line change here for Boston. Timeout call, Memphis. So Memphis ends up going with a new group. Grizzlies trail by 4. And an intentional foul right there. And this will be a second trip to the free throw line. The free throw drops for Morant.
Well, Morant is so athletic, and he finds himself at the free throw line a lot.
Good on both. For Boston, they've gone 8 of 11 in the second quarter. And stolen by Clark. And they're on the run. Jumps up. Oh, Clark with the slam.
And that's gotta hurt. A turnover for a free run at the rim.
And now we know who has the momentum.
A sequence like that really does sting. I'll tell you that much.
The drive by Tatum. Outside Porzingis. Pass to Holiday. Whoa! He just got it off in time.
That was close. Now, he doesn't panic in these situations.
He released it just in the nick of time. What a shot.
Watching them on the offensive end, they did a great job moving that basketball. There's no surprise in those assist totals, how they reflect it.
Taking a peek now. And that'll do it for us.
Derek White getting it done for the Celtics. 8 points in the quarter, showing how effective he can be. We'll be right back. Second half of basketball is upon us, and we may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game we've seen so far. Oh, a fantastic game from Ja Morant in this one.
I like how they control the tempo and play to his strengths.
Yeah, he's found his spots, been patient with his shot selection, and it's paid off for himself and the team.
On the court right now for the Grizzlies. Manning the backcourt, we'll see Morant and Payne. Jaren Jackson out there with Edey, and it's Clark in at the 3. Tatum, and finished off by Tatum.
Exploding off the floor. Give Tatum room, and he will show off his athleticism at your expense.
And it's Morant off the drive, and Porzingis with the block. Tatum inside, working on Clark, and it's Tatum missing. And so it's Morant who brings up the ball for Memphis. They trail by 1. The shot misses. Some solid defense from Holiday. The Celtics have gone just 1 of 3 in the second half. Pass to Pritchard. Down low. Cornette with the bucket. Cornette's got his first 2 points.
The defense couldn't collapse quickly enough.
Morant against Holiday. Here's Edey. And a great assist by Morant as that one goes.
Yeah, that's a great find by Morant. He draws so much attention, there's usually someone open.
Here's Pritchard, guarded by Bane. Outside Porzingis. Shot clock at 6. Tatum on the drive. Goes up from the top of the key. Good. Tatum's got 4 points now in the quarter.
Yeah, such a good-looking jumper. Nice high release. Tatum can do this all day.
And here's Morant. 16 points for him. Kicks it out to Bane. Outside Holiday. On the wing, Tatum. And stolen by Clark. Here's Morant. Oh, Morant attacking and finishing.
Well, this is one of those nights where Morant just decided to take over.
Fires the 3. Offensive board. Cornette sinks that one from the post. Cornette's got his second basket.
And if I'm his coach, I'm very pleased with this kind of energy on the offensive glass. Textbook play.
Here's Morant. Morant with the slam!
Well, this is what the fans want to see. Morant showing off all of his superb athleticism.
Holiday passes to Cornette. And stolen by Clark. To the inside. Here's Morant. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. Well, Coach, one of the more electric players in the NBA, Ja Morant.
Yeah, that's for sure, Brian. High-flying, acrobatic at the rim, just a supreme athlete, and he is without a doubt one of the most exciting players this league has to offer.
Pass to Pritchard. Morant against Holiday. Back to Pritchard. Outside Holiday. 4 on the clock. Over Morant. The shot by Holiday, no good.
Well, that's a look they'll take every time down the floor. But even with the soft interior defense, they can't seem to convert it.
Kicks it out to Clark. Morant with it. He's got 22. Tries again. And it's Cornette with a rebound.
Suffocating defense to keep the layup from falling.
Here's Holiday. And Holiday powers it home.
Plenty of power behind Holiday's slam. He was not holding back.
Right side Morant. Pass to Edey. And here's Jackson. Launches a 3. And again it's Memphis missing. 29 seconds left in the third. Here's Pritchard, guarded by Bane. Pritchard, the pass to Cornette. Out of bounds. It'll be Memphis's ball. Timeout called. Memphis.
It may be a players' league, but the coaches obviously play a big part as well.
And this is when a coach earns his paycheck. Analyze the situation and give your players the information they need to succeed.
Memphis has gone 1 of 2 shooting from the perimeter since halftime. Jackson, the pass to Huff. Back to Jackson. 3 seconds left, and the dunk by Jackson. These teams just keep trading the lead.
Yeah, you wonder what it's going to take for someone to pull away.
We're at the end of the third quarter, and we've still got a close one. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
You know, I'm kind of stoked that this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Yeah, he puts that pass right on the money and made things look easy for his teammate.
Well, what a terrific game it's been so far, with this fourth quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. The perimeter pairing, it's White and Brown. Then there's Al Horford, and it's Hauser in at the 1 spot. That's the Boston 5. And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. He wants to make sure they're purposeful with the game plan. And Boston with some changes. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Queta. And it's Jason Tatum in for Horford. And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
During that last break, I heard Joe Mazzulla as he talked with the team. First and foremost, he wants to see more points on the break. He asked his team, where's the urgency? We know what we can do in transition. Now let's go out and do it. We'll see if they can pick up the tempo, guys.
Appreciate the report, Allie. Hauser. Good. And Brown gets the assist. Hauser's got his first points in this one.
It's winning time, and that's a winning play.
Now here's Moran. Pass to Bain. Here's Edey. Lays it up and banks it in. And the Grizzlies lead by 3.
And coming down the stretch, both teams still playing fantastic offense.
Yeah, in hopes that your opponent is just going to go cold. That's not going to happen, it doesn't look like in this one. This might go down to whoever has the last possession.
Brown, that's good.
That's just Jaylen Brown putting in the work in close.
Brown's gone 80% from the field. 4 of 5 shooting. Left side, Moran. Moran flashes his vertical there.
Woo-wee! What a big finish out of the backcourt.
That might be exactly what they needed at this point of the game.
Yeah, what a huge dunk. Making a statement right there.
Back to Porzingis. The rebound by Edey. Edey's got 4 rebounds now. Here's Moran. And then Moran with the dunk!
Once Ja Morant gets rolling, there is no stopping him. Ja is feeling it tonight.
Outside Tatum. Pass to Hauser. Back to Tatum. Kick out to Brown. 5 on the clock. Late clock. The Celtics got to hurry here. Hauser can't get it to go. Memphis leading by 5. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter.
Yeah, when Morant gets a step to the hoop, he's looking to drop the hammer on you.
There's Tatum with the 3. Good. And Brown gets the assist.
Well, he's never fazed by those big moments. Tatum with a big hoop right there.
Here's Moran. Oh, he cocks it back and throws it down. Right on Porzingis.
Oh, putting on a show for the fans. Morant's skills making it look like a circus in here.
And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. No doubt he's going to utilize the opportunity to make sure they're all on the same page here. Boston making a switch here. Holiday is checked in. Tatum feeling it out a bit. Pass to White. Oh, send it home, Derek White.
They have a never-give-up attitude.
Yeah, and as a coach, you love having a team like this. They've got 0 quitting.
Morant, the pass to Jackson. Sends it home from three-point land. And the Grizzlies lead by 7.
Well, modern-day big men can hit threes and guard multiple positions. That's Jaren Jackson.
Brown passes to Tatum. They kick it out to Porzingis. Edey. Edey's got 6 rebounds in the game. Outside Morant. Pass to Edey. Oh, it's blocked by Porzingis.
Yeah, it's not easy to keep a shot out of Porzingis' reach. He has such long arms.
And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. Celtics trail by 7.
You know, I think it's desperation time for them.
It's not going to be easy now. They're going to need just about everything to go right from this point on.
Here's Morant. There's 49 seconds left in the final quarter. Oh, there's Morant with the slam.
And you know you're always going to see some highlights when Morant is on the court. I mean, he loves to use that incredible 44-inch vertical.
There's 37 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter. Now Morant. Jackson outside. A chance to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark.
At this point, it just feels like it's over.
Yeah, time is not on their side. The score is not on their side. Nothing you can do.
And here's Morant.
season. How does opening night feel different from the rest of the season, the rest of the schedule?
Well, Kevin, it's the excitement of the unknown. Everybody comes in with the highest of expectations, right? You got new teammates, some new wrinkles, still a lot to figure out and shake out over the course of a long season.
And now the opening lineup for Phoenix. Deadly backcourt pair of Booker and Beal. Durant is out there with O'Neal. And it's Richards in at the 5 down low. No good from Booker.
You can't look at the result of that shot. They'll take that whenever they get it.
Yeah, it's a great look for him. One they'll try and manufacture again. Those are the shots you want him to take.
Now here's Morant. He really played well in that last game against Charlotte. And it's good off the back rim and in.
One of the smoother strokes you'll see Morant. This man's got a nice jumper.
Booker against Clark. Fires from the wing. Again, the miss by Booker.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
I'm sure they'll think twice about shooting against him next time.
Pass to Edey. That one good for 2.
Sharing the rock. Part of what makes John Morant such a fantastic player is his ability to pass.
Stolen by Jackson. Booker against Morant. And Morant throws it down.
That's a double whammy, guys.
That's right. A great defensive play, then the emphatic stuff.
Once he poked it away, you knew what was on his mind.
Shots good by Booker.
Oh, the ever-expanding range of Devin Booker, making you pick him up pretty much at half court.
And coming in as a 4-spacing 2-guard. How impressive is it, RJ, that Devin Booker is holding down the point?
And it's not just the rate of assists. He's limiting his turnovers in great fashion, too, despite his high usage.
Fades back. Falls through. He's now made 2 of 4.
Gotta be impressed with Booker's basketball IQ. Superb at scoring off of pick and rolls.
Grizzlies have gone 4 of 5 from the field so far. A kick out to Bain. Back to Morant. 6 to shoot. There's a good screen. Lets it go from deep. Trains the three-pointer. Morant's got 9 points.
And the story here, Kevin, early on is how well they've shot the basketball.
Booker with it. Guarded now by Jackson. KD against Clark. O'Neal dishes to Booker. A three-pointer, no good.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
Here's Morant. And finished off by Morant.
I don't know, but it seems like Morant's got springs or something in his shoes.
Suns trail by 8. Booker outside. Again, the miss by Booker.
I guess even he has to miss one of those once in a while.
Edey gets the bucket.
When you find yourself up double digits in the first quarter, you know you're doing something right.
They were ready to roll right through the tip. There was no warm-up period. It was only, let's do this.
Now Morant. After the missed 3 from KD. Morant with the bucket.
And this has been a great job of just getting into the middle of that defense and really scoring effectively from the paint.
And as disappointing as the Suns' first-round exit was last year, RJ, this team, I think, still has a window open. How about you?
Yeah, Kevin, I've often said it takes teams a second year. That first year is really the adjustment period for star players. The Suns core group had some growing pains in that first season, but look, this year, I think this is the year we're going to see the best version of the Phoenix Suns.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, the Grizzlies retired Marc Gasol's number 33 last season. You may recall he moved to Memphis in his teens, watching his older brother, Powell, play for the Grizz. Mark said, I had a very unique perspective, that of a fan. When I came back as a Grizzlies player, I carried that with me. Kevin, that pride certainly showed.
Pride's a great word to use. No question, D.A. Thank you. Jackson, a screen on Booker. Outside Jackson. And another miss by Memphis. 7-second difference, shot and game clock. Here's Booker, and the dunk by Booker.
When you come out to an NBA game, that's what you want to see. Devin Booker putting on a show.
And so Morant will bring it up for the Grizzlies. 7-point differential. To the inside, Jackson. Out to Morant, and stolen by Booker. The offense coming free and easy as we wrap up the first quarter. Grizzlies lead by 7. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. What stands out to you from the Grizzlies in this one?
An impressive start. They came in with a well-conceived game plan and have executed.
Well, let's see if they're able to keep it up. So far, their shot selection and ball movement has been on point.
And former Grizzlies small forward Mike Skinny Miller here in Memphis to watch the game.
Top 30 all-time in three-point percentage. He was one of the game's elite marksmen.
They've got G.G. Jackson. Clark is out there with Jaren Jackson. Then it's Williams. And it's Huff into the 5, roaming the paint. That's the group for Memphis to kick off the second quarter. They get it again. The kick out to Williams. Some nice passing there by Memphis. Tries again and blocked. That one goes careening off the glass. And here's the fast break. Dunn leading the way. Durant wide open. He fires. And the 3 ball is good. Durant's got 6.
And Durant focuses on taking high percentage threes, which is why he's so efficient from there.
Pass to Huff from downtown. That's good. And it's Jackson with the assist that time.
The real come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Shots good by Booker.
Make no mistake, Devin Booker is a shooter. If he sees a chance, he is going to take it.
On offense, Devin Booker really does it all for his teams. He scores well and assists others. Richard, he can do it all.
You love to see that from a superstar. Booker just wants points on the board. And if he can't get a shot, he'll get a look for someone else.
We're about a minute and a half into the second quarter now. And the rejection by Jackson. An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg? I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
Santi Aldama's checked in for the Grizzlies. Bagley comes in for Brandon Clark. Phoenix also making some changes. Bol comes in for Kevin Durant. And Jones subbed in for Devin Booker. Outside, Beal. To the middle. He's looking for Bol and finds him. It's good. Bol's got his first 2 points of the night.
And we've seen Beal improve as a playmaker over the years. That's a nice pass.
Done against Jackson. And the dunk by Jackson.
The finish was nice, but the setup was better.
Yeah, G.A., the pick working to full effect before the stuff.
Yeah, you like the pick to set up the open shot, but when it leads to a dunk, okay, even better, we'll take it. The defense just giving him the easy look there. He's not going to miss that.
Outside Williams. Inside. Doubled by Plumlee. Jackson kicks to Williams. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Three-pointer on the way. And Jones pulls it down. Suns trail by 5. Bol a screen on Jackson. Jones drives in, and he banks in the layup. And we see dunkers get technicals for hanging on the rim, slapping the backboard, or Richard even staring someone down. Should refs let that slide, or is that something they got to pay attention to?
I don't mind the hanging on the rim, the smacking the backboard. I love that aggression. The staring people down, that's something you got to be careful with because that can cause some problems, and we don't want any of those issues on the court.
Selfless play by Beal, using that pick and roll action to create for a teammate.
Jackson deciding where to go with it. Pass to Aldama. From outside, off the mark. Suns trail by 3. Outside, Jones. Now, here's Bull. Beyond the arc. Here's Beal. Kicks it out to Jones. And Bull wide open. He shoots. The shot goes down and it gets this game back to even. Bull's got 7 points here in this quarter.
He was inside his own head in that first quarter. You could see it. Now he's doing a much better job of letting the game come to him.
And it's in there.
Really, really good at recognizing the gaps and getting the ball to the rim.
And it's Jones with the ball for the Phoenix Suns. "27 seconds left in the first half of basketball."
That's just too easy for Ball. Once he gets the right position, his focus there is on the finish.
Done against Jackson. It drops for his third basket. He's missed only one shot. Here's Beal. He had 25 points last game. Here's Jones. That one wide left. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
First personal foul.
Grizzlies have had 2 chances at the line already, making them both.
And if we want to take a look back, they converted about 76% from the line.
And both free throws good for Williams. 1 second left. He can't hit that time. And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very close game here. It's the Grizzlies up 4. Got a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge, standing by courtside. David.
Thanks, Kevin. Here with Coach Mike Budenholzer. Coach, probably not the defensive effort.
Thanks so much, David. And we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out here for the start of the third quarter after this break.
And guys, I want to talk for a sec about the talent level in this league. In fact, I'd say it's never been better.
You sure about that, Ernie?
Looking now at our featured game this evening, the Phoenix Suns have a close one on their hands.
One thing that's helped tonight, their three-point shooting.
And that'll do it for half.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. Guys, Ja Morant has been sensational.
No problems fighting his way to the rim in this one. A lot of points in close.
And you love that mindset he has going at the rim. He hasn't settled for anything, and he's been the aggressor all game long.
On the court for the Suns, Durant is out there with O'Neal. Then there's Grayson Allen. Then it's Nick Richards. And it's Booker in at the 1. Booker out of a cannon! And the dunk by Booker.
And we've kind of come to expect this performance from Booker every night. His scoring is just that consistent.
Morant against Booker. Jackson has the open look. Good. And the nice assist from Morant. Morant's got his 3rd assist on the night. Suns trail by 5. Booker looking around. KD on the wing. He's covered by Clark.
As versatile as they have come in NBA history, Durant just makes it look so easy.
Here's Morant. And Morant throws it down.
Just rubbing it in their faces with that dunk.
He is never going to take his foot off the pedal.
And that finish shows you how dangerous he can be as a passer and a finisher.
Oh, and he went for the two-hander on the slam using some muscle.
Some urgency from him there, sure. Morant with it. 17 points in the game. Pass to Edey. Plenty of space. The rebound by Richards. Suns trail by 3. Durant kicks to Booker. And now around 2 minutes gone by in this half. And that one's good. Richards.
And you gotta love the big bucket in the paint in this sort of a grinded-out game.
Morant outside. Jackson passes to Morant. Outside for Jackson. Lock at 6. And the dunk by Jackson.
The more time Jackson spends at the rim, the better. His length is a deciding factor in this game.
Booker outside. And the foul called on Brandon Clark. That's his first foul.
First team.
Here's Booker. He's got 13. For the tie.
A beast defensively. Clark's reach and high motor is what makes him effective at blocking shots.
And the foul is called. He intentionally grabbed him there for some reason. I don't know.
Kevin, all I can think of is that he's trying to slow the game down a little bit.
Right.
That's a stretch, though. Definitely a strange move on his part.
Morant against Booker.
What I love about Morant is that he understands his strengths on offense, which is why he is so efficient.
And here's Booker from the arc. Booker nails the three. So confident.
And we talk about the importance of versatility. He's really got it all on the offensive end.
The kick out to Bain. Good, and a nice assist from Morant. Morant's got 5 assists in the game.
They are just killing him on the interior.
And Mike Budenholzer has called a timeout. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team. So Memphis going with almost an entire new group here. Santi Aldama's checked in for Jaren Jackson. Bagley comes in for Brandon Clark. Vince Williams is checked in for Bain. And it's Jackson in for Morant. Back to Beal. And denied. He sends it right off the glass. Outside Williams. And he's good on the 3-ball. And it's a 7-point Grizzly lead. For Phoenix, they've gone 5 of 7 from the field in the third quarter. Let's see if they can keep it up. To the middle. It's tipped. It's stolen by Aldama. Jackson against Dunn. And the dunk by Jackson.
That's a double whammy, guys.
That's right. A great defensive play. Then the emphatic stuff.
Once he poked it away, you knew what was on his mind.
Jones against Jackson. Shot to stop the run. Jones, no luck. And the Grizzlies leading by 9. Outside, Bagley. To the paint. Here's Edey. Sweet move. He lays it in. Edey's got 6.
Pretty much all of their buckets coming from inside the paint now.
And the jam by Beal.
And Kevin, even though they're down, he's still looking to do the spectacular, and he did.
Well, maybe this is the best time to do it. Jackson has the open look. It's good!
Wow.
He did it!
Wow, what a way to finish up the quarter.
Yeah, that's... And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come back. Grizzlies lead by 12. And coming up as soon as we return from break, the fourth quarter gets underway. And let's take this opportunity now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And, you know, you can always count on him for at least a couple of these pretty assists over the course of a game. And this one, a thing of beauty.
And the ability to drop your jaw with the pass is something you rarely see in this league. What a talent he is.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. We've got Bagley. Santi Aldama is out there with Edey. Then it's G.G. Jackson. And it's Williams at the 2-guard spot. That's the lineup out there for the Grizzlies.
Oh, when he turns a corner, Beal can just slice right through the defense as good as anyone.
Pass to Edey, and the ball's tied up, so we'll have a jump ball.
The call on the field is a jump ball.
Aldama passes to Bagley. Shot clock at 6. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
And that's the thing about Bagley. Big, athletic, versatile, very hard to stop without fouling.
And he can't get the first one. So Memphis going with almost an entire new group here. Huff's jacked in. Jackson comes in for Santi Aldama. Baines checked in for Williams. And it's John Morant in for Jackson. Phoenix also making some changes. Nick Richards, he's checked in for Plumlee. Kevin Durant comes in for Bol Bol. And it's Booker in for Jones. Edey's checked in for Memphis. Hart comes in for Marvin Bagley. Durant up top, guarded by Jackson. 17-foot shot on the way. Durant, no good.
And they've only got a slight edge on the boards, but it just feels a lot bigger.
Morant with the bucket.
He gets a lot of defensive attention, but Morant, he can expect this type of rough scene anytime he takes it inside.
And Booker puts up a deep 3. This one for 3. That's good. And so Beal with the assist. Beal's got his 3rd assist on the night. And Morant's got the ball here for the Grizzlies. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. Drives to the hoop, and Morant throws it down.
That first step of Ja, he's one of the few guys that's not only quick, but fast. And this man is lightning fast.
And Booker kicks to Durant. Another 3 for Phoenix.
His shot has been on point from the opening tip. He's pretty much kept them in the game.
The Grizzlies making a change here. Huff's checked in, and Phoenix also making a switch. O'Neal's checked in. And the Grizzlies leading by 11. Now Morant. Pass to Huff from deep three-point land. Phoenix grabs the miss. Just over 2.5 minutes played now here in the final quarter of regulation. Here's Beal, finding the lane. Oh, and the dunk by Beal.
Speeding in and lifting off. What a slam by Beal.
Memphis has gone 5 of 10 from downtown tonight. 50% exactly. Here's Morant. Plays it up and banks it in. Morant's got 25 points.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flames.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is. And man, is he in a zone right now. Seems like he can't miss.
Morant passes to Bane, and he jams it with authority.
There's Bane using his size at the rim.
Suns trail by 11. Booker outside. 1:31 left to play here in the 4th. They swipe it. Morant kicks to Bane. Off target from outside.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Taking on more playmaking responsibilities, Booker has matured over the years, becoming a better teammate.
1:09 left in the 4th quarter. Here's Morant. Beal with the steal. Jackson finds Bane. And it's Durant with the rebound.
No clue how he misfired on that shot. You don't see that from him very often.
Beal, the pass to O'Neal. Back to Beal. Outside for KD. Durant sets a screen for Booker. 4 on the clock. Nice fake, but the layup off the mark. And the Grizzlies with possession here. They have a 9-point lead. 26 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. Durant against Morant. Clark outside. Fires for three. Durant gets it loose.
A tremendous defender. Durant's length can cause major issues for the offense.
So it's Memphis picking up the win. Thank you for that, David. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. Alongside
The rookies find their footing here in the NBA, Clark.
That's always one of the more interesting things for me. Everybody's journey of development is their own, and it's different. It has a unique pace. Some guys come in ready to contribute right away. They're in a good situation. Others, it takes a minute for them to find their stride. So watching it all unfold is really pretty cool.
And a look at Minnesota's opening lineup. Jaden McDaniels out there with Julius Randle. Then there's Anthony Edwards. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And it's Gobert in at the 5. Here's Edwards. Richards pulls it in.
Well, you know, you'd like to see a little more effort there defensively, but maybe they wanted him to take that shot, baited him into it.
Here's Durant. The rebound by the Timberwolves.
Boy, defense non-existent there, but they catch a break as he whiffs.
Edwards can't hit. And Booker's got the ball here for Phoenix. And we're about a minute into the first. Screen by Durant. Fades and shoots. They grab their own miss. Booker, the pass to Richards. Oh, 3 chances on that possession, but they just can't find a way to score. Here's Alexander Walker. And Durant with the block.
For all the scoring, KD's 7.5-foot reach can sometimes get overlooked. He said, let me remind you with that rejection.
That was a prayer. All luck getting that one to go.
First quarter, just over a minute and a half in. Booker surveying the floor. Just 5 on the clock. The Suns need to get off a shot. Randle with a steal. Outside McDaniels. Pass to Randle. Back to Daniels. The shot. Randle can't hit.
1 for 5 out there, but no worries. Just keep attacking.
Booker goes in. And that comes off the assist by Durant.
A creative finisher. Love seeing Booker attack the rim and convert like this.
Well, Grant, if you talk about consistent top-level scores, Devin Booker is near the top of that list.
Yeah, and going back to the 17-18 season, Devin has averaged at least 25 points every year. Book can create his own shot and finish. It's hard finding guys who can do both.
Outside Durant. Fires from deep. Sinks it from distance.
That should and would be a bad shot for most, but Durant's shooting ability is just that extraordinary.
Here's Edwards. Phoenix grabs the miss.
Probably not the shot they had in mind, but you can't fault him. He had a clean look.
Outside Booker. 1:51 left in the first quarter. Fades. Another one falls for Phoenix. Timberwolves trail by 5. The 3 ball. Edwards can't get that one to fall.
Tell you what, the defense was lucky there. I mean, leave him that open from range, he'll typically knock it down.
Beal from outside. Oh, can't get it. Misses his first attempt.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Gobert is a big target, especially when he's roaming around that rim.
Booker, the pass to Beal. Back to Booker. Screen by Durant. From 17, off the window. It's good. Booker's got 8.
Love to see that kind of activity. He just makes things happen.
Edwards for 3. He's got it. 3 for 7 now.
Look at that from Edwards. Way out there.
And so it's Booker with it. He brings it up for the Phoenix Suns. Last time they came together was in Minneapolis, where they fell to the Timberwolves.
This time around, they're looking for better execution offensively. They have to avoid mistakes.
And it really was the turnovers that fueled the blowout. A lot of questionable, poor decisions by them with the ball. And when that happens, can get blasted.
When you look at the career of Kevin Durant, he's had an amazing list of teammates, Grant.
Yeah, that's true, B.A. And it started with Westbrook and Harden. Then he had Steph, Clay, and Dre, Kyrie, and then Booker and Beal. That is quite the list.
Phoenix leading by 3. 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Pass to Richards. It's Beal on the wing. Randall against Booker. Money from 17 feet out. 10 points for him.
His mid-range shot is very solid. I mean, for some reason, the defense let him have it.
Here's Edwards. That shot missing. And that does it for the first quarter. Suns ahead, up 5. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. And for Phoenix, guys, what jumps out to you stat-wise?
It's simple. The main takeaway from the first quarter is they're winning this game with defense.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you look at the energy, the effort, defensively, they put it all out there in that opening quarter.
We've got Bol. Bradley Beal's out there with Tyus Jones. Then it's Mason Plumlee, and it's Dunn in at the 3. That's the Suns' 5 as we get into the second quarter. Jones, the pass to Plumlee. To the paint. Out to Beal. Alexander Walker with it. Beal picks him up. Here's DiVincenzo. He nails it, and we're tied. DiVincenzo's got 5.
DiVincenzo with the nice touch on the inside shot. Boy, he really knows how to make it work at close range.
Bol, screen on DiVincenzo. On the wing, Jones. DiVincenzo covering. Jones' shot is good.
Well, the defense allowed that one. He had a clear path to the cup.
The Timberwolves shooting an average of 43% from the floor. McDaniels passes to Alexander Walker. And unable to get the go-ahead bucket there. And so it's Phoenix with it. Here's Dunn. That one falls. Coming off Beal's feed. Dunn's gotten his first basket of the night.
It's obvious Beal is a bona fide scorer, but he's no ball hog. I mean, he's willing to set other people up, too.
For 3, DiVincenzo. Bol grabs the board.
You gotta love how they've been crashing the boards, fighting hard for every miss.
I certainly do. You know, I like to see guys do their work inside. Their rebounding has been excellent, and that's always important in a close game.
Jones misses. Timberwolves trail by 4. For 3, DiVincenzo. Minnesota again missing. And Grant, the success of teams like the Timberwolves showing that size still matters.
Yeah, in this pace and space era, that may have come into question just a bit, but size and skill combined has always been your best bet at winning.
They get the rebound. Outside, Alexander Walker from the arc. DiVincenzo can't hit. Phoenix leading by 4. Now here's Beal. He had 25 points in his last game. Inside, here's Plumlee. Slam dunk by Plumlee.
Yeah, Beal with a great read out of the two-man game, just dropping a dime.
For 3, DiVincenzo. And the three-pointer goes. DiVincenzo's got 8 points in the quarter.
And that's a defensive lapse. A shooter of his caliber can't be left wide open.
Bol, a screen on DiVincenzo. Outside Jones. Here's Bol. And finished off by Bol.
It's really easy for Bol to throw it down. Man, I'm a little jealous, especially with these creaky knees that I've got. I don't even think I could dunk in my dreams.
DiVincenzo can't hit. The Suns have gone 4 for 6 here in the second. Outside Jones. He shoots over DiVincenzo. And another basket for Phoenix.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
Oh, he muscles it in through the contact. They call the foul, and he's on his way to the line.
You know, that was an excellent play right there, using his strength to power through contact.
That's exactly how it should be done. Get the bump, concentrate on the shot, and you'll get the bucket too.
It's Beal on the wing, covered by Alexander Walker. Beal surveying the D. Uncovered. Another one falls for Phoenix.
We know Beal can do this all night long. I mean, he's got an exceptional talent for finding points.
Outside, DiVincenzo. Puts up a three. Bull grabs the board. Bull's got rebound number 5 here tonight.
Oh, love the intensity in which they're hitting the boards.
Guys, that's been the key to their lead. I mean, simply put, the effort they've displayed on the glass has been the difference.
6 on the shot clock. Here's Jones. Goes back up. Let's go with a 3. Good work defensively by DiVincenzo.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
And it's Jones with the ball for the Suns. 6-point lead. From about 19, he squares up and sinks it. Jones has got 6 points in the quarter.
Yep, you know, after a scoreless first period, he's really turned it up a notch, building some momentum.
Beal outside. Here's Plumlee, up in time. And so it's the Phoenix Suns finishing the quarter with an 8-point lead. The hustle they've shown on defense has been tremendous. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere.
Losing the rebounding battle, it's easy to lose control of the game. Fortunately for them, they have another half to go.
And now let's take... That's it for us.
And if you're just joining in, one half is in the books. One half to go. Nice game. Great performance by Devin Booker.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job of creating room to operate for him. And then, of course, executing.
You know what?
Oh, my! Throw it down!
Awesome. Show us what you got, young fella. Anthony Edwards. Love to see you operate like that.
Edwards against Booker. To the inside. Here's Durant. Ooh, the defense just making it easy for Durant.
Nice one-handed jam. Simple and effective, B.A.
Hey, with the lead, I'm surprised he didn't come up with something a little more creative.
Well, I think he did plenty of damage nonetheless. I mean, it was only with one hand, but he still threw that down pretty hard.
Pass to Allen. Back to Booker. Richards with a screen. From the top of the key. Booker can't get it to go. Timberwolves trail by 8. Trying to find a spark here.
Yes, indeed. A rough stretch offensively. They could really use a basket.
Well, Phoenix is shooting a terrific 58% from the floor. Second half of basketball, just over a minute played so far. All right, Grant, which U.S.-born player do you think has the best chance to supplant LeBron as the face of the league?
Oh, man, you putting me on the spot, B.A. Well, the conversation has to be between Jason Tatum, Ja Morant, and Anthony Edwards. They're the best young talent that the U.S. has to offer, and they're only getting better. I can't lie. I love to see that kind of physical play under the rim. He boxes out and claims the rebound.
Gobert finds Randall. It's Edwards on the wing. Reed sets a screen. Edwards on target.
1 this half, 2 for the game. Staying active from beyond the arc.
Richards with a screen. Booker, the pass to Durant. Back to Booker. Durant with a screen on Edwards. Booker. They get it back. Pass to Durant. Reed with the rebound.
You got to move past that one. I mean, they'd want him to take that again.
Well, you know, I hear you. That's a good look, but when you're that wide open, I think you got to knock it down.
Edwards can't hit.
Not much falling for him this quarter, guys, and you can sense his frustration.
Booker against Edwards. Shoots a fadeaway. Booker's shot is good. Booker's got 4 points now in the quarter.
If there's anything Booker can't do on a basketball court, I want to know all about it, because tonight he's doing it all. They are just owning the boards right now.
And that's been the key to this league. I mean, they've really dominated the glass.
Back to Durant. Gets a very good look and converts. Durant's got his third basket on the night right there.
6 of their last 10 points have come from that mid-range area.
Yeah, you know, guys, this has been far from his best game. A disappointing outing for both him and the team.
And Mike Budenholzer decides to call a timeout. Coach wants to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. Both teams deciding to change it up. All right, let's take a quick pause and look at the best shooting teams from last season. The Suns in 5th.
They had great productivity from their shooters last year. The guys they were counting on to knock down a high percentage of their shots, they did that. And they hope to see those same kinds of numbers this year.
Here's Gillespie. Allen outside. Here's Gillespie. And once again, off the mark by Phoenix.
I wouldn't say that's exactly his spot now. I mean, and you can see why.
McDaniels, that's good.
Strong work inside by the 6'9" Jaden McDaniels, showing how effective he can be down there.
Here's the pick. Here's Gillespie. Shoots it from the high post. That one's wide left.
He has to make that one. I mean, you have to make the defense pay when they slough off of you like that.
Edwards, no good.
Early on, he tried to shoot his way out of this funk, but later in the game now, he might want to just give it up and look for his teammates to do the scoring.
Woo! Defensively, you can't afford to let him get to the rim that easily.
Well, that might be why their deficit is what it is right now.
You know, you look at it, the communication is lacking, as is the trust. They can ill afford those types of breakdowns. It won't work. You can't win with those kind of breakdowns.
Dunn, the pass to Bull. Back to Dunn. Bull, a screen on Randall. The shot from 20 feet out. It's rebounded by Minnesota. Randall's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Edwards for 3. Gets the 3 ball to go. Edwards got 8 here in this quarter.
Right now, the defense needs to do a better job of closing out on this guy. He's heating up from outside.
Bull, a screen on McDaniels. Allen outside. Over McDaniels. Oh, made it a tough look for him as the defense really pressed up on him. He can't hit that time. And so it's the Phoenix Suns up by a healthy 8 points. And now let's take a listen in on head coach Mike.
Let's do it again for this quarter, 0-0.
Fourth quarter action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. Phoenix leading by 8. Grayson Allen is out there with Tyus Jones. Then it's Bol and it's Iguodaro in at the center position. So that's the lineup on the floor for the Suns. Here's Edwards. Oh, not wasting any time and taking the shot and hitting it.
I tell you what, Edwards has a really nice, smooth release, and that shot looked in the moment it left his hand.
To the middle. Here's Bol. That's in. Coming off an assist from Jones. And the Suns lead by 8.
The ball distribution was there. I mean, outstanding work all the way around.
Edwards, so good inside.
A composed and cool effort from Edwards inside, not rushing himself or forcing a bad shot, taking what's available.
And the timeout called by Mike Budenholzer. He's decided it's time to clarify the situation, leaving little room for error. And the Suns going with a whole new group out there. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what Mike Budenholzer was going over with his team. He implored his team to use the clock. He said the clock is our friend. No need to rush things unless they give us a free one. Let's squeeze them out of this game. Back to you, Brian.
And Allie, thank you for that. Pass to Durant, to the paint. Richards' shot is off. Timberwolves trail by 8. Oh, Durant with a steal. Beal outside. And here's Durant. Screen by Durant. Here's Booker. Rudy Gobert with a rebound. The Timberwolves shooting around 35% from the field so far. Phoenix leading by 8. Beal, the pass to Durant. Spins. 18 feet out. Drained it for 2 points.
There's some nice chemistry on offense. They're just taking what the defense allows.
Well, it's interesting. The defense continues to back off, expecting them to attack the rack, but they just continue to pull up and knock down those mid-range jumpers.
Their strategy has been pretty simple here in the second half. Attack from three-point range.
Certainly. I mean, they saw a weakness in the perimeter defense and took advantage of it.
Up top, Beal. Back to Booker. Screen by Durant. Booker's shot is good.
It's been a dominant night for him, staying productive throughout.
The drive by Randall. He gets it in there.
Just has a certain flair to his game. Randall gets hit on the drive, never flinches.
If you're just joining us, fourth quarter here. We're just over 2.5 minutes into it. Outside Booker. Down low. Here's Richards. And he dunks it down.
Yeah, great awareness there from Booker. A selfless team-first player.
Edwards for 3. And it's Phoenix with a rebound.
You know, to cut deficits, you got to be making smart basketball plays out there. Taking care of the ball. It's not done by hoisting up bonehead threes like that one.
Beal with a screen on McDaniels. Here's Durant. It's rebounded by Rudy Gobert. Gobert's got his 4th rebound in this one. Edwards looking it over. Pass to Garza. And there's a pick. The 3. Kept alive. The kick out to Edwards. Lets the 3 fly. And Bradley Beal is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul of the game. Reed's checked in for Minnesota.
Now into the lineup for the Timberwolves.
A little over 3.5 minutes in the books now in this fourth quarter. And here's Edwards outside. He drops it from range. Edwards got 15 points in just the second half.
The challenge with defending Edwards, he's a 3-level scorer.
And here's Booker. Durant with a screen on Edwards. Here's Booker. Reed with the rebound.
It does not get much easier than that, but somehow he came up empty there.
McDaniels passes to Gobert. Outside Edwards. Reed a screen on Durant. Pass to Randall from deep. And it's good. What a beautiful shot. Brings him within 3.
Calm when it counts. Randall has that clutch DNA.
Edwards against Booker. Over Edwards. And no good. Trying to use the glass.
Well, you know he wants that one back. I mean, more often than not, he'll sink that mid-range jumper.
Reed passes to Edwards. And they're unable to get the tying bucket there.
At this point, I'm not sure if it's the play calling or the player himself.
And they committed intentional foul. We'll see another one of those, so they get into the penalty.
Yeah, just trying to keep this game alive. Not a bad foul right there.
Sure, it's not over. The clock is as much a problem for them as the score is right now, so they've got to try to manage it.
So the first one drops, and that gives them a 4-point cushion. And so both free throws good, and it's a 5-point game.
Showing great confidence from the line. That makes this a 2-possession game.
Edwards for 3. Not going to go that time.
Yeah, I love to see skilled bigs dueling down low. Kind of a throwback in some ways, but there's still plenty of physicality in the modern game.
And the starting lineup for the Timberwolves. Randall out there with Gobert. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Then there's McDaniels, and it's Edwards in at the point.
Credit Julius Randle, off-season preparation trying to build the three-point range.
Maxey finds George. Here's Grimes. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Randle surveying the D. Out to Edwards. Fires the three. And another three for Minnesota.
The work that Anthony Edwards is putting in as a shooter is there. That range shot so important. Nice three-point look right there.
Here's Maxey. Oh, and he plucks it off the glass. Wow. And so the ball out of bounds. Gobert touched it last. And just over a minute played here in the start of the game. Here's the screen. And Embiid gets it to go. Embiid's got his second bucket of the night.
It's just so tough to knock Embiid off the block. That's his territory.
And those advanced numbers, Doris, they show Rudy Gobert is historically great.
Kevin, I love that you are an analytics lover, but for me, it's about the eye test. Rudy Gobert has won the Defensive Player of the Year on more than one occasion. He's played on winning teams, and he's been an integral part of their success. He is one of the all-time great defenders we've seen.
And what about the evolution of Tyrese Maxey? Greg, according to him, he's just getting started.
Well, Kevin, I'd have to agree. I mean, he's got some big shoes to fill with James Harden leaving, but each year this guy has just gotten better. And not only has he matched Harden's production in Philadelphia, I think he's exceeded it.
Maxey, no good.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that
one. McDaniels with the ball. Out to Edwards. That's his second shot and his second basket. He's 2 for 2.
And that strength and concentration from Anthony Edwards. Yes, there's contact. Doesn't bother him.
There's the pick. Maxey. And some very quick points for him on that possession.
And if you're the guy who has to guard him, it is never going to be an easy night for you.
Here's Edwards. Pass to Randle. And now the fast break. George with the ball. Maxey against Edwards. The three. It's good. Nice touch there from Maxey. Maxey's got 5 now.
Take your focus off Maxey for 1 second, and he will let it fly from out there.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
Here's Yabusele. Anthony Edwards making his last shot. 6 on the shot clock. And George, here we go.
Well, you love how Paul George finishes on the drive. That is a powerful dunker right there.
It's Edwards on the wing. He's covered by Maxey. Edwards, no good.
Listen, he can make that shot right there, but I do know they have other options they can go to.
And there's the drive. And then George with the jam.
Oh, Paul George, let him hear you with that finish. That is nicely done.
And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Hey, Kevin, even with an MVP and Joel Embiid, the Sixers can't be a one-man show. Embiid says, I watch a lot of games and I see what's working. Good basketball means cutting, moving, guys getting off the ball, and it's moving and not sticking. But you need the right guys to execute that system. And I think we've got the right guys. Kevin?
I know you and I agree they do, David. Thank you very much.
Well, making it look very easy. Right at the rim, McDaniels with the finish.
Kicks it out to Maxey. And a miss there on the triple.
Not really his best quarter as far as scoring. Let's see if he can eventually get back on track.
Here's Edwards. And the Timberwolves tack on 2 more.
Anthony Edwards just reading what the defense giving up. Gets to his mid-range game right there.
It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Embiid with a screen on Edwards. They get the rebound. Minnesota leading by 5. To the left wing. Randall kicks to Edwards. Puts up a deep 3. No good that time.
And he's a good shooter from outside, but not sure from that deep.
Boy, we're seeing it more and more. Guys looking to create.
Anthony Edwards has been leading the charge for the Minnesota Timberwolves. He put together quite a quarter, 13 points in all. And he looks to be planning for more. And we'll be back with you shortly. And if you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter in this one. And looking at what we've seen from the Timberwolves, what do you guys think?
Impressive start. They came in with a well-conceived game plan and have executed.
What terrific work at the offensive end. They have built some early momentum here.
We've got Kelly Oubre. Andre Drummond is out there with Maxey. And it's Bona in at the 4. That's the group for Philadelphia to start the second quarter. And that's out of bounds. Minnesota will retain possession.
A split second late, but almost came up with a steal there.
Absolutely appreciate the effort, though. He really went after it. So close.
DiVincenzo against Maxey. DiVincenzo passes to Garza.
Great physicality on the defensive end from Drummond. Boy, just using that body to create good coverage.
And good that time.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range.
Reed with a screen on Maxey. DiVincenzo can't hit it.
Boy, he was wide open. You wonder, did he overthink it? That's a missed opportunity.
Minnesota in the lead. Here's McDaniels. The Timberwolves again can't hit. Outside, Maxey. Drummond sets the screen for Maxey. And the layup's good off the glass. Maxey's got 4 points now in the quarter.
And in that pick-and-roll action, you have to stop the ball first. Maxey too good with the rock in his hands.
For Philadelphia, they've gone 3 of 4 from the floor here in the second quarter. Second quarter of basketball, just over a minute and a half played so far. Takes it inside.
Well, he's such a good athlete for a center. It's how he's able to succeed despite being one of the smallest 5s in the NBA.
Here's DiVincenzo. No scoring in this one. To stop the run. And once again off the mark by Minnesota.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
Down low. And it's Bona missing. Timberwolves trail by 3. Now McDaniels. Shot from the top of the key. After 2 misses to start the game, he's on the board with that shot made. Well, Doris, both you and I had the honor of being in that 2020 bubble in Florida. Any memories from Orlando?
I think, Kev, just how unique the setting was, and I have to give some props to the players. No fans, no normalcy, away from their families for extended periods, and yet they were able to lock in and give us some incredible moments.
Here's Reed. Oh, he blocked it and deflects off the backboard. McDaniels against Maxey. 1:56 left in the first half. And he wills that one in, sinking right through off the back iron.
I'll tell you, you can't put your head down after a tough first quarter. You've got to keep fighting, and now he's starting to roll.
Here's DiVincenzo. Count it. His second make in 4 attempts.
That was just a perfect possession, getting it in tight for the high percentage shot.
And an intentional foul right there.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
And we've got a timeout called from Chris Finch. Wants to talk some things over, might be seeing some things to adjust. Lonnie Walker, he's checked in for the 76ers. Chance now to take a look at some of the steal numbers over the scope of the last few months for Jaden McDaniels.
I feel like he hasn't been paying as much attention to the defensive aspect of the game as he needs to. His steals have dropped over the past few months, and he needs to get back some of that fire on D. Yeah, and they're starting to warm up from the field this quarter.
A three. That's good. The Philadelphia lead is cut down to 3 on the bucket from DiVincenzo.
Well, you like that he shakes off that rocky first period and knocks down a shot. Nice.
Oubre outside. It's stolen by Randall. Here's Garza. And Randall throws it down.
Wow, excellent explosion off his feet by Julius Randle.
Walker against DiVincenzo. Pass to McCain. Here's Bono. Philadelphia moving the ball. And the shot goes down. And the 76ers lead by 3.
Yeah, after a first quarter where they struggled from long range, they really started to get it closer to the basket.
All right, defensively now, you've got to find a way to slow this guy down because he's putting it to you.
Here's McCain. In the corner, it's Oubre. Shot clock at 6. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line. It's going to be on Rudy Gobert. The 76ers shooting their first free throws of the game.
And one of the highlights last year for this group was the fact that they were so efficient from the charity stripe. That's a huge factor.
This is about the last guy you want to send to the stripe right now. They keep fouling him, and he keeps making them.
And here is DiVincenzo. Gobert with a screen for DiVincenzo. And he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. Tyrese Maxey. He's been the guy making things happen for the 76ers. He finishes with 9 points in the quarter. The D is having all sorts of problems with him. We come back right after this.
The energy in their hometown is electric, man. You can tell these players are loving the positive attitudes. And
now let's take a moment. And that'll do it for...
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. You have to like what we're seeing from Tyrese Maxey.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column through 2 quarters? He has been terrific.
And one would expect that the defense made some adjustments at halftime, but he has the ability to answer right back.
On the court for Minnesota, Reed is out there with Randall, and it's Rudy Gobert. Then there's Edwards, and it's Alexander Walker in at the 2-guard position. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, thanks. At this point in his career, Paul George said bully mode. He said, every night I'm on the floor, I'm there to dominate. Whether it's being more physical or going right at whoever I got to go at, you're going to feel me. I'm having that approach every time. I'm there to destroy you. Kevin?
Wow. I love it, though, D.A. Got to admit it. Awful powerful. Thank you. Here's Edwards. The rebound by Yabusele.
Well, this is the kind of shot we've come to expect him to make. He's got to be upset with that one.
Here's George, and it's George finishing it off.
You see an opportunity if you're Paul George, say the athleticism is still a part of who I am.
The specter of injury seems to always loom over Paul George's career, Doris.
Well, Kevin, I think it's very hard for Paul George fans to take out of their mind completely that gruesome injury he suffered. But we've got to give this young man a ton of credit. He has managed his play and his health to a very high level and still one of the most gifted players this game has seen.
From deep, George. Reed with the rebound. Timberwolves trail by 3. Now here's Randall. He's got 5. And he gets the basket. Officials blowing the whistle, so a chance at the line for one more.
Now, this is the kind of competitive spirit on the glass that Julius Randle is known for.
And this is his first trip to the line tonight.
And I look back at his numbers from the free throw line last year, 78%, so not too bad.
And here's George for 3. Rebound, Minnesota.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the 3. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
Such a tough proposition guarding Julius Randle in that area. This guy is capable on the interior.
Here's Edwards. They need this. It's hauled in by Edwards. Minnesota's gone to three-point range 7 times tonight, knocked down 5 of them. A steal. George looking over the floor. Embiid sets the pick for George. Another miss by Philadelphia. For Minnesota, they've gone 4 of 7 to get things started here in the second half. No one near Edwards as he lets it fly. That's in, coming off an assist from Randall.
And the D has gotten a little bit lax here defending the triple.
And we will have a timeout called by Nick Nurse. He wants to check in with his team and regroup. Some changes for Minnesota. Garza's checked in, and it's McDaniels in for Reed. That's a 2-pointer from Walker. It doesn't go for him.
Boy, you can just see the frustration growing on their faces. Nothing going their way.
It's just been one of those games, and they need to find a way to turn it around before it gets completely away from them.
And what you love about Edwards is how intense he is. Guy plays hard every minute he's on the floor.
Good on the second free throw. 1:37 left to play in the third. They need this one. Shot is good off the back rim and in. McCain's got his second bucket of the night. And so Edwards will bring it up for the Minnesota Timberwolves. 4-point game. Here's Garza, guarded by Walker. Edwards inside, working on Walker. They shoot again. Inside, Edwards finishes strong.
Well, they're winning largely because of this guy's play. He has been sensational.
He takes it in. Pass to Yabusele. There's 49 seconds left in the third quarter. From deep, Walker knocks down the 3-ball. Walker's got 5 points so far.
Well, if you offer no resistance defensively, he's going to knock down the 3. It's really that simple, guys.
That was worth the price of admission.
How about Anthony Edwards? The bounce. Go ahead, Ant.
Here's McCain. 6 points for him. Garza pulls it in. About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Here's Edwards. And the layup falls. Now it's a 7-point Timberwolves lead.
Pretty much all of their buckets coming from inside the paint now.
And Walker kicks to Edwards. There's a screen. A three ball. That shot is off. And that's it for the third quarter. Both teams scoring well as we head to the fourth. Minnesota on top. They're up by 7. Live. While we have the chance now, folks, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And the winner today, the big fella here with the sweetest of dimes. What a plus it is to have a post player who's got this ability to find.
But we have some elite passing big men in the NBA, and you love that skill. Wow.
And with 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this fourth period holds in store for us. Edwards is out there with Yabusele. Then it's Lonnie Walker. And it's Bona in at the center, filling out the middle. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia. And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
I was able to listen in on what Chris Finch told the team. While the team is up, Coach doesn't want his team to let up. He told the team to finish this game. Do not think this will be easy. We've seen comebacks before. Kevin, back to you.
All right, thank you, David. Reed with it. He's picked up by Drummond. For 3, Edwards. It's Drummond with the rebound. Drummond's got 5 rebounds tonight. Maxey passes to George. From deep three-point territory. Minnesota with the rebound. Edwards with it. Has to Gobert. And he gets the bucket. Gobert's got his first points of the night.
Well, we've seen that movie a few times, haven't we? An easy bucket in the paint.
Maxey kicks to George. Traps in the tray.
And you like to see since the half now, he's finally starting to come around.
Edwards looking it over. Gobert finds Reed. Near the three-point line, it's Edwards. And there's another one for the Timberwolves.
Well, all night he has made an impact at the offensive end. Now he's trying to shut the door.
Maxey passes to Drummond. And Drummond throws it down.
Boy, the defense has no answer for Andre Drummond. That's what we call emphatic finish.
Here's Edwards. Takes it off the glass. Edwards got 32 points.
And that's just cold-blooded right there. He's taking no prisoners.
Well, when it's closing time, he's trying to lock the door. He's been going all night.
Kicks it out to Maxey. Shot clock at 5. Stolen by Reed. Outside Edwards. Pass to Reed, and here's Randall. Back to Reed. And he uses the glass on the layup. Reed's got the lead up to 10 now for the Timberwolves.
Man, I need to see some more assertiveness out of these defenders.
To the inside. Stolen by Reed. And now the Timberwolves on the break. Gobert, no good. 76ers have gone 2 of 4 from the field since we started the final quarter of play. To the left side wing. Kicks it out to Maxey. Oubre, no one around him. Those 3-pointers off the mark. Timberwolves leading by 10. Reed the pass to Randall. The Timberwolves working the ball around now. Edwards inside, defended by George. Edwards' shot is good.
Anthony Edwards has got his rhythm, and he's got a well-rounded offensive game. Look out.
Embiid sets the pick for Maxey. Hits the three-point bomb.
Well, the problem is they haven't gotten production from any other spot, but right now this guy is cooking.
Edwards kicks to Randall. Outside Edwards. Gobert with a screen on Maxey. Here's Edwards. Offensive rebound.
And he rushed that one, no doubt about it. The D out of position, you could see the frustration on his face.
George dishes to Drummond. Tries it from the top of the key. George, no good. The Timberwolves have gone 5 of 8 shooting as we've come down the home stretch in this final quarter. Out to Edwards. Over Maxey. Buries it from about 10 feet away. Edwards got 36.
And at this point, just sort of running through the paces, as it appears it'll be a nice win here for Minnesota.
They really lit it up in this one. Fantastic offensive performance.
Definitely just simply shot the ball well. One of those games to be proud of.
And it'll go down as their first official win of the new year.
And they've really had a dominant run of games against this opponent this year. They played them 3 times and won every one.
And you know, looking back at all the contributions tonight, it was a really phenomenal all-around game for Anthony Edwards.
No doubt he came to play tonight. This guy has been aggressive and effective.
And so it's the Timberwolves taking care of business here. A solid win on the road for them. This building was dead silent by the time, GA, this one wound down.
And that's what you want to do. Take the crowd out of it by crunch time. Don't give them any...
All right, David, thank you. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and... is absolutely buzzing with anticipation. Each team with their first game of the season here tonight.
The key now is making sure your season starts with a win. That first dub is a catalyst to the start of your season. Helps you find a rhythm very early.
Look at the 76ers starting group. Joel Embiid out there with George. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. Then there's Kelly Oubre. And it's Grimes in at the 2 spot. Now here's Tatum. Outside, Porzingis. Back to Tatum. Just 5 to shoot. Floats one up, and Philadelphia grabs the miss. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, briefly spoke with Joe Mazzulla. Well, we talked about how difficult a matchup Joel Embiid can be for a defense. Coach told me it's all about not letting him get established down low and making him try to beat us with longer shots. If we do that, I think we'll be fine. Of course, saying it on the sidelines is one thing, and doing it on the court, quite another. Guys?
Thank you, David. Tatum on the wing. Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. And while Embiid was on record praising the importance of continuity, I don't know that, Richard, the 76ers front office felt the same way.
Oh, yeah. What you say out loud versus your actions can be very, very different in this game. When you have a chance to go big game hunting, you do. The goal was to bring in some help for Embiid and Maxey, and they accomplished it.
And here's Porzingis, following the three-pointer by Tyrese Maxey. Porzingis with a screen on Oubre. Back to Porzingis for the 3. The shot's good. Brown making the play.
Coming right back with the 3. Porzingis, I love how competitive he is.
Embiid, the pass to Grimes. Outside, George. And the 76ers tack on 2 more.
Poor design there defensively. They know he's a knockdown shooter from that spot.
See, this is what analytics don't take into account. Some guys thrive in the mid-range. It really depends on the shooter. It's actually kind of lazy.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Maxey passes to Embiid. And stolen by White. And up the court come the Celtics on the break. Pass to Tatum. Going inside, and slam dunk by Tatum.
See, this is what makes him complete. Tatum doesn't settle, puts the ball on the floor, uses his length to finish.
George with a screen on Holiday. Stolen by Holiday. And Holiday with a clear path to the hoop. And slam dunk by Tatum.
And the defense to start that play was terrific. And I love the fact that they attacked early in the shot clock.
Holiday against Maxey. Pass to George. Hits from the high post. George has got his second bucket tonight.
And got to be confident in that mid-range. And Paul George certainly is.
Porzingis kicks to Brown. Out to White. There's 1:26 left in the first quarter. His shot is good, making him a perfect 2 for 2 from the floor.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
Richard, so many things about Drew Holiday's game we love, but what impresses you most about his game?
Well, I know it's an easy answer, but it's his defense. It's hard to be a feared defender in the modern NBA, Kevin. But Holiday is such a pest at all times on that end of the floor.
And here's Maxey. After Jason Tatum getting his shot to go from deep. Holiday with the defensive effort.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
I'm sure they'll think twice about shooting against him next time.
Now here's Porzingis. Embiid with the steal. Grimes passes to George. We've got 22 seconds left in the first. Pass to Grimes. 6 to shoot. Lets it go with a 3. The 76ers with another miss. And Porzingis. Here we go. And the dunk by Porzingis.
Oh, taking it to the rack with power.
Hammering down the two-hand slam. And we reach the end of the first quarter. Boston on top, up by 6. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter of action so far. Let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for Boston.
Showing their energy so far, sprinting up and down the floor, getting out in transition and taking advantage.
And guys, they've also done a great job generating offense from their defense, forcing turnovers and making the defense pay for those mistakes.
And so in the game for the 76ers, we've got Yabusele. Edwards is out there with Maxey. Then there's Andre Drummond. And it's Bona in at the 4. Now, here's Maxey. A second chance effort. That's in, and the Celtic lead is cut down to 4 on the bucket from Drummond.
Pursues the offensive glass with purpose. Drummond knows who he is, and boy, does he attack it.
Sixers foul. All night. First personal foul. First team foul.
Outside, Horford. Tatum dishes to Horford. Off target with his 3.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Richard, the Celtics have been among the NBA's elites for quite a while now.
Well, they've been a title contender every year for almost a decade now. Even with several coaching changes over that time, they've been the model of consistency.
Here's Yabusele. Still scoreless. Maxey, no good.
They're losing because he is struggling so bad, and he has not looked comfortable all game.
Tatum, that's good.
And they're forcing the ball inside, and it's working like a charm. They need a bucket in a big way here to regain some confidence.
Maxey into the lane. The 9-foot shot. Another miss by Maxey.
You know, some people could say he's struggling on offense this period. I like to think of more of drowning. Just can't seem to find his confidence.
You can't look at the result of that shot. They'll take that whenever they get it.
Yeah, it's a great look for him. One they'll try and manufacture again. Those are the shots you want him to take.
Another miss by Maxey.
Nothing seems to be going his way this quarter.
Yeah, straight up, guys. Like, he's ice cold, like freezing. What's colder than cold? But you don't have to shoot it, my guy. It's okay to pass the ball.
RJ, we've seen multiple all-star games for Jaylen Brown. Can he become a superstar?
Well, to me, if you've got a finals MVP in your back pocket on your resume, you are now a superstar, and Jaylen Brown is that. Capitalizing from the mid-range. Maxey just taking what he sees and making it available.
Tatum with it. Picked up by Edwards. Brown kicks to Tatum. Pass to Cato. 5 to shoot. Brown outside. Boston needs to get off a shot. Tatum's shot is off.
And he's usually able to score on that type of defense rather easily. Surprising to see him come away empty.
Count that one. And now it's only a 5-point Celtic lead.
I just love the pace that Maxey plays at, constantly applying pressure to the defense.
And the whistle blows on the backcourt violation. He went over and back. And a look here at the scoring trend over the last several months for Peyton Pritchard.
And he's been on the upswing offensively these past few months. And you know how much they love getting all those extra points out of him. He's been carrying a much bigger load lately, and I think he'll just continue to get better.
Now, here's Maxey. He has 7. Edwards, that's good.
They're getting on a roll inside. Their last 3 field goals have come from the paint.
Now here's Brown, guarded closely. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. Andre Drummond picks one up.
And when Tatum is aggressive like that, it's tough to keep him off the line.
Well, we've seen this a few times, Richard. Players getting booed at home. And that's got to be painful for a player.
You get taken back a little bit. For some players, it's deserved, but it's always a surprise. But you have to be self-aware. Did you deserve to get booed? In most cases, it's true. This team wants Maxey to have the ball in his hands. He is a great decision maker that gets better every year.
Out to Porzingis, and that's out of bounds. It was last touched by Maxey.
And let's check out stats for Kristaps Porzingis. Last season, he played outstanding. Around 20 points per game last season, 7 rebounds and 2 assists. But to have a scorer like him consistently deliver you points makes such a big difference for a team.
He's someone you can rely on to bring it on a nightly basis. When they need a basket, he's the guy they turn to.
Maxey, no good.
His consistency just hasn't been there this quarter in terms of his shooting.
Holiday against Edwards. Three-pointer. The shot by Holiday, no good. The 76ers trail by 6. Maxey attacking. Pass to Bona from outside the arc. That's no good. Misses his first shot of the night.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Cornet kicks to Tatum. Off target from three-point range. Philadelphia has gone 0-2 from deep here in the second. Edwards inside, and we have an intentional foul there, GA. Wish I could say why.
That one's pretty strange. I mean, no idea what got into his head right there.
Here's Maxey, and that's collected by Drew Holiday. Here's Tatum. Tatum gets it inside.
And they've repeatedly probed inside in the first half, guys, and it's paid off.
And so it's the Boston Celtics holding on to an 8-point lead heading into the break. And it's been their rugged defense. Okay, David, much appreciated. And now time for halftime. So we'll be back in just a bit to get the third quarter underway.
Taking a look here now at Boston, you really get to see what they're made of after your hard work in the offseason.
Yeah, you have.
Changing topics now, how impressive was Jason Tatum in that first half?
Hard not to.
And that'll do it for half.
We played through the first half. Plenty of basketball, though, left in this one. You know, guys, Jason Tatum has really been making it happen.
You just love the patience in that first half. Waited until he got the look he wanted.
You love guys who can get their shots within the flow of the offense.
The forwards for him, Tatum and Porzingis. Then it's Holiday, and it's Cornet in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. That's the Boston 5.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender has to do a better job fighting through the screen.
George looking around. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
And you know, George is a tough cover. The length, the range, smooth athlete, very difficult to match up with.
And so he hits both. Boston leading by 8. Oh, and the jam by Tatum.
One of the craziest dunks we've seen. Tatum with the bounce.
Shooting foul as the... And here we go. Coach's challenge happening right now.
Second team foul.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Tatum wide open. He fires one. Offline with his three. The 76ers trail by 8. And they go to the intentional foul.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Second team foul.
And we've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. Making some changes. White comes in for Al Horford. And it's Pritchard in for Jason Tatum. And we're just about a minute and a half into the third quarter of basketball. Oubre sets the screen for George. It's good from long range. George has got 11.
A good ball handler with an advanced offensive repertoire. George is more than comfortable in the pick and roll.
Brown drives in. Pass to Pritchard. Clock at 6. Goes up on the wing. It's hauled in by the 76ers.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good a look.
A nice start to the second half. They've made 3 out of their first 4 shots coming out of the break.
With the league's 65-game rule, Joel Embiid might have trouble making another All-NBA team.
Yeah, he's only reached that 65-game mark twice in his career. But he's still a lock to make the Hall of Fame, Kevin, because of how dominant he is when he plays. And look, he's already got an MVP.
Here's Embiid. Lays it up off the glass. And now just a 1-point Celtic lead.
Well, they're getting stops, and they're attacking on the offensive end.
All the momentum seems to be running in their favor. They're close to taking the lead. Look, the defense was locked in on him there. They know how dangerous he can be, and they guarded him perfectly.
And now they decide to foul intentionally. And we've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. He wants to make some adjustments to the game plan, clearly. Go for a different look here. And while we can, here's a look at the teams that had the fastest hands in the league last season. The 76ers, number 1.
You know, I don't know if the numbers even told the story. I mean, their defense was as good as it gets, often just leaving their opponents completely demoralized.
Back to Drummond. Here's Yabusele. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead there. Celtics have gone 2 of 7 from the field in the third. That leaves room for improvement, sir. White the pass to Hauser. Hits it from 3-point range. Hauser's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. The 76ers trail by 4. Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Kevin, coming out of high school at 6'0", Derek White didn't receive any full scholarship offers. He says it was humbling, but it drove me to get better. Each time you have the doubters, you just put a little chip on your shoulder. The 29th pick overall in 2017, he's come a long way. Kevin, those chips are still there.
You're so right, David. Thanks. He's become a heck of a player. Out of bounds, it'll be 76ers ball.
And a chance here to check out some stats for Derek White. Good season for him last year. And he's a shot blocker as well. Top 20 in that category last season. Great timing and challenges at the rim.
And again, you gotta love his commitment to excellence. He owns the free throw line. It's truly an impact part of his game. Some nice ball movement here by the 76ers. Back to Edwards. It's stolen by White. And here's Porzingis for a three. And Bona with the rebound. Here's Philadelphia. They're on a 13-5 run. Here's McCain. And again, it's Philadelphia.
That's a guy you want taking shots, a quality offensive player.
Again, the miss by the Celtics. Philadelphia's gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. Drummond with a screen on Holiday. Here's McCain for the lead. Oh, and the buzzer beater's good.
One eye on the rim, one eye on the clock.
Paul George, he's been the guy making things happen for the Philadelphia 76ers. What a quarter that saw them generate a great comeback effort and are now out in front with momentum behind them. Back to the action in just a minute. And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. And it's a completely new group here for Philadelphia. On the court for Philadelphia to start the 4th, they've got Paul George. He's out there with Embiid. Kelly Oubre out there with Tyrese Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the shooting guard position.
Second team foul.
Pass to Grimes. Back to Embiid. Just 5 on the clock. In close, Embiid gets it to fall.
They're finding lanes to the hoop now with consistency. 5 buckets in a row from the paint.
Porzingis finds White. Count the basket.
And no matter what they've tried, the D just has not been able to deny them the ball inside.
Here's George. And he could not get that one to go. Out of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2.
The length and quickness of George is so difficult to guard against. That really compromises the defense, forcing them to foul.
And he sinks the second. Celtics trail by 3. Here's Brown. That one goes in.
Muscling that one in. JB is a strong individual.
Here's Maxey. No good from outside.
Gotta find easier shots when you're already struggling. That's not gonna get it.
Outside Holiday. There's the drive. Misses the layup. Philadelphia shooting well. 50% from the floor. Embiid. Porzingis with the block.
Big time rejection from Porzingis. You must be careful trying to shoot when he's lurking nearby.
Final quarter of play, about a minute and a half off the clock into it. Brown kicks to Porzingis. Brown sets a screen for Porzingis. Over Oubre. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. It's on Kelly Oubre. Richard, when you talk about Jaylen Brown, many scouts felt he'd never be a #1 level option offensively. But he's proven some people wrong.
Kevin, many scouts have been wrong many times. The question has been answered. He wasn't a great shooter when he first came into the league, and his ball handling also needed to improve. But now, both of those are strengths in his game.
It's White on the wing. Here's the 3. Buries it from 3-point range. Neither team here in the 4th generating a lot of separation.
Yeah, it's been a close one. 5 times the lead has switched hands thus far.
Holiday against Maxey. Pass to Embiid. Uncovered. The rebound by the Celtics. Brown's got his 4th rebound in this one. Down low. The flush by Tatum.
See, this is what Tatum is capable of. Look, if he is a sensational scorer, we understand that. But when he gets into a rhythm, whew.
Maxey kicks to George. Drains it from beyond the arc. George has got the game tied up here for Philadelphia.
And he just seems to always deliver in the clutch. And he's got it going right now. That's who they want taking the big shot.
The kick out to Brown. Good, and it's Tatum picking up the assist. And the Celtics lead by 2.
There you go, JB. I love his confidence. One of his strongest traits.
Maxey, no good.
Another miss from him, struggling to find his rhythm.
White, good.
The defenders need to recognize the importance of staying on him as we get into crunch time.
Pass to Grimes. Outside, George. Another 3 for Philadelphia.
And guys, George takes pride in hitting big shots. Just get him the ball and let him do his thing.
Tatum dishes to Holiday. Nice ball movement by Boston. Outside, White. The kick out to Brown. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. And here's Maxey inside. Outside, George. Embiid with a screen on Tatum. Here's George. It counts. He has tied up this game. Oh, what a shot.
And you can't get a bigger bucket than that.
What a huge play coming through when it matters most.
Tatum passes to Porzingis. Looks for Holiday. Gets it to him. The bucket is good. He'll have a chance for one more. That one on Maxey.
He's been here so many times. What a huge make by Drew Holiday.
That free throw good from Drew Holiday. Outside, George. The rebound by Holiday.
That is not a guy you want to allow open looks from range. Lucky for the defense, he just couldn't get it to go. The guy you want taking this shot. Tatum gets fired up and delivers.
And it's George missing.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. White looking around. 6 on the shot clock. To the middle. Tatum kicks to White. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D. It's the Celtics picking up the win. It was up for grabs right until the final seconds.
Yeah, and for me, Kevin, what stood out is just the overall trust this group has in.
Thank you, David. And that about wraps it up. For Greg Anthony, Richard Jefferson.
season. So many possibilities.
Well, you know, BA, for the players, you're excited and relieved at the same time. You get to see all the hard work you put in during the offseason pay off.
And let's take a look at Boston's starting lineup. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. And it's Porzingis in at the 5. Now here's Brown. And the jam by Brown.
Look out below. Jaylen Brown off his feet in a hurry.
Morant against Holiday. Morant, the pass to Jackson. Here's Bane. Goes up and lays it in. Nice and easy.
Hey, take it right to the defense. Not a bad way to start this game.
Holiday against Morant. Right side, Holiday. Jackson against White. Shot clock at 5. Drive by Tatum.
That's right. This guy is capable of some amazing finishes. Jason Tatum, my goodness.
Doris, it seems like every year Tatum's name is right atop the MVP ballot.
To me, Brian, it speaks not only to his talent, but also his consistency and the work ethic. The game is important to him. He's versatile. He's clutch. He's everything you want in a star player.
Holiday. And Holiday powers it home.
My goodness, Drew Holiday showing he still has some hops.
Morant against Holiday. And he gets the bucket.
I love this approach. Getting him involved early, and it's already paying off.
They know that if this guy goes off, their chances of winning rise exponentially.
Now here's Holiday. Porzingis with a screen on Morant. To the wing, right side. Shot blocked. And it's going to be out of bounds. Boston will have another go. 5 to shoot. Tatum passes to White. That falls. Nice feed that time from Tatum.
80% from the field to start, playing with a ton of confidence.
Jackson with a screen on Holiday. Kicks it out to Jackson. Knocks down the long J.
I love the execution we are seeing thus far. 4 shots and 4 makes.
Outside Holiday. Tatum with a screen. Outside Brown. The shot by Holiday, no good.
Boy, in that close, he's almost automatic. But boy, that's pretty good defense. Wow.
Morant against Holiday. And it's Morant off the drive. Oh, there's Morant with the slam.
And the bounce that Morant possesses is unlike anyone else at his position.
And of course, Boston winning 8 consecutive titles from 1959 to 1966. Doris, you think we'll ever see a streak like that again?
BA, I think that's almost impossible in this day and age. With free agency, with more salary cap restrictions, it's just hard to win 2 in a row these days, let alone 8. My goodness.
Here's Morant, following the bucket by Boston. To the inside, kicks it out to Jackson. On the wing, Bane. Jackson, the screen. And he's going for the lob! And the dunk by Jackson.
An opportunistic player. When Jackson sees an alley-oop opportunity, he doesn't pass it up.
And a slam dunk by Porzingis.
Just leave it at the rim and let the big man do the rest. KP with the nice finish.
Here's Morant. And there's the drive. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Morant's got 8 points.
He's been perfect this quarter. They keep feeding him, and he keeps delivering.
Oh, it's blocked. It deflects off the backboard. Bane against White. Pass to Edey. Now here's Morant. The D's right on him. Kicks it out to Jackson. From downtown, and Morant with the basket on the assist from Jackson. He's got 11.
And he's carried them this quarter, a dominant offensive stretch.
Just fundamental basketball from Kristaps Porzingis. Establish yourself inside and finish with the jam.
Shot clock and game clock, 1 second differential. Morant looking for an opening. Jackson outside. The three-pointer off the mark. White for three. And that's not gonna go. Ja Morant, he's feeling it tonight and had. If you're just joining us, we played through one quarter in this one. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from Memphis.
Well, their offense is clicking so far, capturing the momentum here early on.
Boy, it's been a really pretty thing to watch, executing their game plan to perfection.
On the court for the Celtics, second quarter underway. Tatum and Horford, the duo at forward. Then there's Drew Holiday, and it's Hauser in at the point. Here's Jackson, takes it inside.
Nice one-handed jam. Simple and effective, B.A.
Hey, with the lead, I'm surprised he didn't come up with something a little more creative. And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul of the game.
And this kind of selflessness is great to see. Textbook positioning to draw the charge.
Jackson down low. And he drives in. Boston pulls it in. You know, it's easy to focus on Jason Tatum scoring. But Doris, he's excellent in a number of areas.
Brian, he's a high-level rebounder. He now knows how to keep his teammates involved. He's competitive on the defensive end and willing to absorb a big-time assignment. He has got a complete game.
So it's the Grizzlies now, following the bucket by Boston. Knocks it down from distance.
Well, more and more you see big men working on the outside shot, and this guy has one of the better ones in the league.
Bagley with it, guarded now by Holiday. Aldama got a hand on it. He shoots again. They get it back. Misses at the rim. Celtics trail by 7. It's tipped, and it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Williams. All right, a moment now to bring up last season's top rebounding teams. The Celtics in second.
Boy, their rebounding last year was phenomenal. Great fundamentals, aggressive to the ball. That helped them pull down a lot of second chances.
A line change here for Memphis to the paint. Keita gets the bucket. Keita's got 4 points in the quarter.
Drew Holiday, an absolute technician in pick-and-roll action, makes the right read.
Here's Morant, 11 points in the game. Pass to Bane. It's stolen by Holiday. Here's Hauser, hounded by Morant. Hauser, that's good. Hauser's got his first points of the night. Ja steps on the gas. And then Morant with the dunk.
And tearing them to shreds tonight. You know, when a player as versatile as Morant starts going off, look out.
And Horford powers it home.
Oh, what ferocity on the throwdown. I just love when he goes up with purpose.
Where was the D right there? The effort lacking big time.
Yeah, and give him credit for taking advantage in a close game. Those are the types of plays that can swing things in your direction.
And Doris, some use the term stocks to add up steals and blocks. Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama's stocks are through the roof.
Well, in fact, since the turn of the century, only 5 rookies ever have averaged over 3, quote, stocks per game. Victor and Chet are both on that list. And listen, if you're a passionate NBA fan, you are so excited about these two young men. The size and the skill and the eye-popping things they're doing on a nightly basis. NBA is in good hands.
Among the best passers in the league, Morant finds open teammates.
Keita, pass to Holiday. And Holiday powers it home.
A strong finish to cut into that lead a little.
Man, left no doubt with that one, Grant. Morant into the lane. Oh, there's Morant with the slam.
The quick feet of Morant. He's so dangerous when he's cutting to the rim.
Tatum looking it over. And finished by by Tatum. Wow!
Playing from behind, it's amazing he chose a dunk with that high a difficulty rating.
Yeah, no question. That was a stellar move with plenty of swagger. Time called here. The Grizzlies decide to talk it over. Both teams will make substitutions. All right, a quick look now at how the point totals have looked over the last few months for Peyton Pritchard.
And he's been on a roll during these last few months. Getting better in terms of scoring the ball and proving to be a key part of this team as we move farther along in the season.
Now here's Jackson. 1:05 left in the second quarter. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. Memphis shooting their first free throws here for the night. First free throw is good.
Taking 2 shots.
And so Jackson nails both of them. And so it's White with it. He brings it up for the Boston Celtics. They trail by 7. Jackson outside. Pass to Aldama. Count that one.
This guy reads situations so well, and he knows how to execute.
Celtics trail by 9. Brown downhill, and Brown with the stuff.
That is the hard-driving, big-time athleticism of Jaylen Brown on display.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Jackson, the pass to Huff. The floater. Back to Jackson. Outside, Williams. Just 5 to shoot. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. Memphis shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game. And the first one at the line is good. And he can't hit the second.
I love it. In attack mode, drawing foul calls this quarter and getting to the free throw line.
Ooh, here's White on the drive. It's intercepted. The clock runs out, and we are headed to halftime. It's the Grizzlies. They're up by 8. Stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started.
Swerving off topic for a moment, I need you guys to weigh in on this. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Oh, man.
And now taking a look at that first half action, it was a less than ideal start for the Celtics.
If they think...
That's it for us.
Well, for those just tuning in, thanks for being with us. Second half of this game still to play. Oh, a fantastic game from Ja Morant in this one.
Slicing up the defense, living in the lane. Terrific first half for him.
His penetration was a real problem for them. And then, of course, the monster finishes at the cup.
Manning the backcourt, we'll see Morant and Bane. Brandon Clark out there with Jaren Jackson. And it's Edey in at the center position, locking down the middle. That's the lineup in the game for Memphis.
Not putting his head down. He continues to produce with the team trailing.
Oh, Morant from close range.
Morant not afraid to get in there and play big, showing his toughness in close.
And the foul called on Kristaps Porzingis. That'll be a second foul of the game.
And great job to establish position and square up.
Memphis leading by 8. And here's Morant. 19 points in the game. Kicks it out to Jackson. A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good. Doris, it's hard to pick one, but Derek White is in the running for best defensive guard.
It's so true, and what Derek White does perhaps better than any other guard is block shots. When we talk about top on-ball defenders, he's also on that list. You want to talk about somebody who can get in the passing lane and be disruptive. He's on that list. Truly can do it all.
Here's Brown. Oh, look at him showing off the muscle. Brown is special.
How confident is Jaylen Brown in his handle? The dribble drive through traffic, really nice.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
When it comes to winning big, basketball acumen is the difference. LeBron James said, quote, in the final 2 rounds of the playoffs, what's going to separate teams is IQ. There's moments in the game that a coach can't prepare you for, where you have to make adjustments right away. It's not experience, it's IQ.
He would know, Allie. Thanks.
Come on, this kid is electric. Morant draws a lot of fouls with the way he plays.
He hits the second from the line. Celtics trail by 10. Cornette passes to Brown. Back to Cornette. Pass to White. To the left side wing. 5 on the clock. Late clock. The Celtics got to hurry here. And it's going to be a 24-second violation. They turn it over. And a quick look at how things have been since the All-Star break. Checking out the three-point shot ratio for Memphis.
And they've been cooking from downtown, shooting with volume and efficiency. It's a strong attack from them offensively, and it puts so much pressure on opponents to try and cover all that space.
Morant into the lane. Oh, there's Morant with the slam.
And you know you're always going to see some highlights when Morant is on the court. I mean, he loves to use that incredible 44-inch vertical.
Jackson with it. Porzingis picks him up defensively. Clark outside. Back to Jackson. Good D by Porzingis. And Porzingis has got the ball here for the Boston Celtics. A 12-point game. Pass to Pritchard. Fires for 3. Offensive rebound. Back to Porzingis. Cornette. They had a number of cracks at it. Just came away empty-handed. Grizzlies lead by 12. Jackson outside. To the middle. Here's Edey. Yes! And a nice assist from Jackson. Jackson's got his 4th assist in this one.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
To me, this has simply stated been a complete lack of defensive attention and focus all night long.
Now here's Morant. Jackson outside. No good from outside.
Well, they have the advantage, but you still feel like this guy needs to find a way to get himself going. Well, put all that size to good use. Rip it off the backboard.
For Memphis, they've gotten 4 of 7 shots to drop in the third. Kicks it out to Clark. Pass to Edey. No luck on that one. Great D that time from Porzingis. Here's Brown. Here he goes. Off the mark, and the drought continues. Memphis has gone only 1 of 3 from deep here in the third. Here's Edey. And that one is hammered home.
He was grabbing the rim to extend the hang time.
Hey, maybe making sure the landing was kinder than the takeoff. Not sure why he committed the intentional foul. No purpose.
I think everyone's a little confused, but weird plays happen.
Now here's Brown. Give him 8 points now. Porzingis misses. 35 seconds left to play in the third quarter of basketball. And out of bounds, Boston will have it. Celtics trail by 16. Outside White. Inside, White gets it to go.
Well, Derek White fearless on the interior right there. Tremendous finish.
Jackson against White. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. Memphis shooting their 7th and 8th attempts at the foul line tonight. And he makes the first.
Jackson, 2 shots.
And he makes the first, but misses the second. Outside White. There's the triple. Here's Cornette. Uses the glass on the layup. Cornet's got his first basket.
Well, just it's easy to say. This guy wanted it more, creating the second chance opportunity and cashing in.
And so it's the Memphis Grizzlies in command. Well, there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. And a look at the five for the Celtics to start the fourth quarter. They've got Jaylen Brown, Derek White out there with Peyton Pritchard. Then it's Kristaps Porzingis. And it's Cornet in at the five. Here's Morant. Morant with the slam!
Oh, putting on a show for the fans. Morant's skills making it look like a circus in here.
Pulls it. The offensive rebound. Goes up again. Got a piece of it. Pass to Huff. Back to Morant. Here's Huff. There's the three. It's hauled in by White.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Here's Porzingis. Good. And Brown gets the assist.
Add that to the repertoire of moves on the interior. KP doing work.
Morant, the pass to Bane. Fires in the triple. And the Grizzlies lead by 16.
And they keep attacking from the three-point range here in the second half.
Tatum can't hit.
Yeah, and the defense really respects his shooting ability, and they showed it with that tight coverage.
Here's Bane. Played it in with a nice touch off the window.
Yeah, right there with Bane, you see the advantage of size and toughness in the backcourt.
Brown, and the jam by Brown.
Well, the problem is they haven't gotten production from any other spot, but right now this guy is cooking.
Holiday against Morant. And then Morant with the dunk.
Woo! When you finish like that, you deserve to brag.
Impressive, no question.
Oh! Boy, once he gets going, all 6'8", 210 pounds, Tatum very hard to stop off the bounce.
Up top, Morant. Oh, there's Morant with the slam.
Here in the second half, they've just found better shots.
And I think what's happening is they're getting their shots within the flow of their offense, and you can clearly see the difference. I'm sure he's kicking himself. He hates to blow that kind of opportunity.
Over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth. And then Morant with the jam.
Come on now, guys. That's flat out insane.
Hey, when's the last time you saw a jam like that? Clark outside. And the league has made it clear, Greg, it sees streaming at the forefront of basketball viewing going forward.
Well, BA, it's a no-brainer. The internet is the future after all, and streaming opens a lot more options for engaging with fans while they watch.
Tatum inside. Jackson on him. And he lobs it up top. Clock at 6. Lets it fly. Boston with a rebound. 1:37 left in the fourth quarter here. Here's Tatum. Oh, Tatum slams it home.
I'll tell you, that vertical ability he has puts him in select company in NBA power forwards. May not have great size, but boy, he plays bigger than it.
It's safe to say they have dominated this game. The game wasn't even as close as the score says in a great win for the Grizzlies.
And you don't usually see this kind of blowout, but tonight they delivered the punishment.
I mean, what's so impressive is they never wavered in their approach. They just kept at it and showed they were without a doubt the better team.
And so this win marks their first victory of the new year.
And big-time bragging rights won today, just grabbing that season series.
And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for Ja Morant.
What you love about his performance is that he is simply taking what the defense allows and then making the most of his opportunities.
Brown passes to White. All sorts of time. And he wills that one in, sinking it right through the back of the iron.
Yeah, on the catch and shoot game, Derek White very assertive, ready to react.
Payne with it. There's 31 seconds left in the fourth. Top of the key. Again, the Grizzlies. Good for two more.
Showing us that killer instinct right now. No letting the foot off the gas for them.
And you want to save your best for last. Tonight, they've done that and then some.
Moran against Holiday. Now here's Moran.
Try to establish at this stage.
I think there's two things, Kevin. First, we're trying to build our habits the right way, everything, from the way we practice to the way we prepare for games to the way we warm up, all of it. And then second of all, we're trying to figure out our rotation. Who's going to start, who's going to come off the bench, which groups work well together. It's an ongoing process.
A lot of moving parts, you're right. And the starting group for the Grizzlies. Morant is the point, with Bain out on the wing. Clark is out there with Jackson, and it's Edey in at center. And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, DA?
Well, I briefly spoke with Mike Budenholzer. Well, of course, they're concerned about the dynamic Ja Morant. Coach told me the plan is simple. Make things as hard as they can on Ja on both ends of the floor. Make him work on defense, and by crunch time, maybe we can tire him just a little bit. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. And it's the Suns with the ball. Grizzlies making the shot. Basket, good.
And what a baller Booker is, capable of torching you from any spot on the floor.
Craig in the process to bring in all their stars. The Suns don't have a lot of ways to add players in the near future.
Yeah, they don't control their draft picks for the next few years. That was part of the price for Beal and Durant. They'll have to be very shrewd to add rotation pieces to help them win.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
And we're about a minute and a half into the first quarter. Here's Morant. It's hauled in by the Suns.
Well, that wasn't a bad shot. Defense playing a little loose there. Sometimes it just doesn't go in.
Jackson against Beal. They get it back. Pass to Jackson. Here's Edey. Some nice passing there by Memphis. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call. The Suns have gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. Durant with a screen on Clark. Booker the pass to Durant. And the rebound by Jaren Jackson. And here's Morant. He'll bring it up for the Memphis Grizzlies. And then Morant slams it in.
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, what do you say? We give Morant about an 11 there?
Durant with a screen on Jackson. The drive by Booker. And the dunk by Booker.
Never a bad idea to run the old pick play.
You're right. And if it produces a slam like that, we'll probably see more of them.
Yeah, defensive breakdown there. Gotta communicate and switch that screen.
You can see, and Coach, you can feel Ja Morant's star power, and his presence on the floor is such a factor. It affects the game.
Yeah, it sure does. And it even affects the energy in the building. His play is so dynamic, athletic, energetic. I mean, you can't sit and watch a Ja game. He's going to get you on your feet.
He is one of a kind for sure. And the dunk by Booker.
And the intelligence. Love watching Booker operate in these situations. His decision-making has really improved over the years.
Now here's Morant. He really played well in that last game against Charlotte. And there's the call on Devin Booker. That'll be his second foul of the game.
I mean, that's a tough break for the D. I mean, he took the hit and drew the whistle.
And Memphis making a change here. Huff's jacked in. 1:56 left here in the opening quarter.
Yeah, there have been very few players at 6'2" who've played above the rim like Morant.
Durant with a screen on Clark. And Booker kicks to KD. The drive by Booker. And the dunk by Booker.
Hey, dunks aren't always for the big fella.
A serious power move from the point.
Well, in this league, you can see powerful plays from anyone and anywhere. Your position no longer dictates your scoring options.
How about the authority from Morant? The way he was running, you knew he was aiming to shatter the rim.
Now here's Durant. Hasn't made one yet. Shot's good by Booker.
Somebody came to play tonight. 6 out of his first 7.
Here's Morant, and finished off by Morant.
Yeah, Morant just continuing to assert himself offensively.
On the wing, Booker. He's covered by Clark. Booker dishes to O'Neal. Back to Booker. Five to shoot. Outside, O'Neal. Durant for 3. That's good. And so Beal with the assist.
Oh, that's too easy for KD. You just can't let him get a look from the corner.
8-second difference between the shot clock and the game. Morant drives it, and it's a great finish!
Oh, my.
Oh, let's go home. That was just ridiculous.
I do not remember the last time I saw a dunk like that in a game. Spins. And Booker kicks to Durant. Puts it up. And he gets the friendly spin, and that one drops. Durant's got 5 points so far.
I'll tell you what, I'm not sure these guys can keep this up.
Well, you expect there to be peaks and valleys.
And so it's Devin Booker making highlights for the Suns. That quarter had to take a lot out of him. He racked up 12 points. Right back after this break. And some good action in the books as we get back to the game that's been pretty close here so far. What stands out to you from the Suns in this one?
Well, they've been aggressive from the beginning, particularly on the offensive end.
Yeah, and that's helped them get the lead. But we'll have to see if they can sustain this offensive output.
So, Stan, the Grizzlies trio of Ja Morant, Desmond Bane, and Jaren Jackson Jr. From the outside looking in, what a great base going forward.
I agree with that, Kevin. Look, not only are those 3 outstanding individual players, but they complement each other so well. There's such a great fit with those 3 guys. That's a great base for the future.
Deadly backcourt pair of Booker and Beal. Plumlee out there with Durant, and it's done in at the 3 slot. So that's the Suns 5 as we get into the second quarter. From deep, Williams comes out of the gate empty. He's 0 for 1. The Suns leading. Now here's Booker. 12 points for him. To the paint. Got a piece of it. Using his length inside. Durant.
And we're so used to seeing KD light it up from outside. Found great positioning and then delivers.
Jackson looking around. Outside for Jackson. Driving inside. And the dunk by Jackson.
Yeah, the length certainly helps Jackson Jr.
And so Booker will bring it up for Phoenix. Trying to find Durant. He's got it now. And a great assist by Booker as that one goes in.
Yeah, there it is again. On a lot of their possessions this first half, they've established great inside position.
Outside for Jackson. And he lays it straight in. Jackson's got his second bucket of the game to go.
And they are attacking the rim and getting great results.
Booker outside. Down low, here's Plumlee, and it's slammed in by Plumlee.
Defensively there, you played Booker to shoot, but he's also a willing passer.
GA, when we think about Devin Booker's scoring ability, he always has been ahead of the curve.
The youngest player ever to score 70 in a game, amongst the youngest to get to 10,000 points. Booker is on a historic scoring pace.
Phoenix making some changes. Cole comes in for Kevin Durant. And Jones subbed in for Devin Booker. And the dunk by Jackson.
Oh, an aggressive move and fantastic finish.
Trying to send a message with that slam, I think. Bull, the pass to Beal. Back to Bull. Pass to Beal. The Suns need to get a shot off. Launches a 3. Rebounded by Jackson. For Memphis, they've gone 50% from the floor in the second quarter, 3 of 6. Here's Aldama, and the bucket is good. 3-point play chance here for him.
Yeah, the big man playing big. Aldama takes the hit and completes the play.
And let's take a moment here to get your guys' take on scoring so far for the Grizzlies.
Well, I like how they're going right at the defense, creating high-quality looks with that penetration.
And also, guys, they're out-muscling their opponent. The points in the paint are piling up because of that aggressiveness.
They set the pick. Pass to Edey, and it's blocked. 1:51 left to play in the first half. Bull, a screen on Williams. Beal, the pass to Bull. And the dunk by Bull.
That's just too easy for Ball. Once he gets the right position, his focus there is on the finish.
It's Jackson with the drive, and the dunk by Jackson.
Man, he sure can get off the floor.
He's one of the best in the business, absolutely. And with this score of the Suns, Greg, you never know who is going to initiate the offense for them.
And that can cause problems at times, Kevin. Can run you into issues.
New notification for user 1. DualSense wireless controller battery level is low.
Jackson against Dunn. There's the screen to the middle. Here's Edey, and it's sent back by Plumlee. Williams against Beal. Pass to Bull. Back to Beal. To the inside. And the dunk by Bull.
The D just kind of stepping aside and letting him get to the rim.
There's a reason, GA, the lead is what it is right now.
Well, that's too easy. As he says, let me add to my highlight.
Aldama finds Jackson. Back to Aldama. Pass to Jackson. Now Aldama. And they'll turn it over. Could not get off a shot before a second violation.
Grizzlies substitution. Number 30, Jay Hartford.
Now Jones. And the Suns tack on 2 more. We've reached the end of the first half of play. Suns lead by 7. All right, Dave, thank you. And time now for the halftime break with the third quarter soon to follow. Right here on 2K Sports.
For Phoenix, like most teams right now, they're optimistic. We'll see how they handle the first couple of games.
Yeah, And circling back to the first half, things have not gone as planned for the Grizzlies.
To me, it starts with their...
Thanks for joining us.
And we've got third quarter of basketball for you. 2 quarters in the books. Guys, Ja Morant has been sensational.
Definitely been challenging the defense here early on, not settling for anything outside.
Well, I just love his fearlessness so far. He's charging inside like no one can stop him.
So the Grizzlies 5 right now. Morant is the point with Bane out on the wing. Jackson is out there with Brandon Clark. And it's Edey in at the 5. Here's Booker. It's deflected. Outside, Bane gets the 3-pointer to fall. Bane's got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. Booker against Clark. Booker looking around. On the wing, Booker. KD sets the pick for Booker. Shot clock at 5. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
First personal foul.
You know, Stan, we hear all the time about after timeout plays. About how many of those do teams really have at their disposal?
Well, you certainly have to have a few, Kevin. Coaches vary in their philosophy. Some coaches will draw them up on the fly. I was one, like a lot of guys, who wanted to have things that we've worked on that then we could go to. But that just depends on who you've got, how smart your guys are, how quickly they pick things up.
Clark against Booker. Outside Durant. Booker outside. Back to KD. Durant with a screen on Clark. Booker with no one around. No good on the three. Memphis trailing here. Morant kicks to Bane. Here's Edey. Can't tie it up as that one's no good.
Well, after 3 straight makes, that's their first miss of the half.
After back-to-back 50-win seasons, Stan, last season was frustrating for the Memphis Grizzlies in almost every way.
Yeah, that's an understatement, Kevin. They went 27 and 55. Due to suspension and injuries, they only got 9 games from their star, Ja Morant. But they still have a lot of young talent and still a team that can be very competitive in the future.
Booker outside. Durant, the pass to Booker. No good on the triple.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Bane against KD. Pass to Edey. Morant with it. And stolen by Booker. And here we go. Fast break. Booker's got it. And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Kevin, thanks. Ja Morant was the first NBA guard in a quarter century to lead the league in points in the paint. He says, I can't just rely on dunking every single play, so I need different types of finishes to get my shot off, whether it's high off the glass, the reverse, or hanging in the air forever. And Kevin, he just says it so casually. Back to you.
I know it. But look, David, he doesn't do it casually, right? He is a one-man circus. 4 on the shot clock. Richards. That's in, coming off the assist from KD. Richards got 4 points in the quarter.
Oh, great feed by Durant. There's way more than scoring to his offensive game.
And he's going to get whistled for that foul, GA. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul there? I mean, I don't know where his head is, but it's not in the game.
Bull. He's checked in for Kevin Durant. And the Suns here with a different look. Mason Plumlee's checked in for Nick Richards. Dunn comes in for O'Neal. Bradley Beal's checked in for Grayson Allen. And Jones subbed in for Devin Booker. Then for the Grizzlies, Ruff's jacked in, and Santi Aldama is subbed in for Jackson. Out to Morant. And Morant throws it down.
Obviously, Morant has found his flow here, finding plenty of ways to create for himself.
Bowles setting the pick for Beal. Over to the wing. Ball inside. Aldama's there. Jones the pass to Beal. Inside. Here's Plumlee. Beautiful dish, and the layup goes down. Plumlee's got his second basket of the game.
Assists like that have typified their effort today. Terrific ball movement.
And with that shot, the Suns' lead is cut down to just 3 in the basket from Morant.
Well, there's no question he's carrying the load in this quarter, but he's going to need some help.
Bane against Beal. Here he goes. Oh, and the dunk by Beal.
Once Beal gets going on the bounce, it's almost an automatic 2-point.
Allen's checked in for Beal. Memphis also making some changes. Marvin Bagley's checked in for Clark. Williams comes in for Bane. And it's G.G. Jackson in for Morant. And here's Bagley. Still without a basket. Outside Jackson. To the inside. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass.
Important points there. Got him on a nice play, getting the ball inside and right to the bucket.
Bull. And that one released in time, but no good. And at the close of the third quarter, still a close game in both teams. And how about a look now at our assist of the game? Brought to you by State Farm.
And he's always been the favorite to bag this honor. These kind of feeds are his bread and butter.
Well, he's a consummate floor general, surveying the defense and delivering the pass on time and on target.
And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. So with Durant sitting on the bench, this is Mike Budenholzer's lineup. We've got Tyus Jones, Bull out there with Plumlee. Then there's Grayson Allen. And it's done in at the 3 spot.
And you want him taking big shots for you in big moments. That one was as easy as it gets.
Well, with him, he's dangerous because he's so confident. He wants to deliver in these moments.
Oh, you got to feel for a guy getting dunked on like that. I mean, he's got no shot to stop that unless maybe he can pick up another foot somewhere. Never a bad idea to run the old pick play.
You're right. And if it produces a slam like that, you'll probably see more of them.
Yeah, defensive breakdown there. Gotta communicate and switch that screen.
And guys, this is kind of Bull's role. He's out there to score, and he does it in a variety of ways.
There's a screen by Aldama. Outside Jackson. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. That one is on Bull.
Nice work to get it inside and draw the contact.
And the Suns here with a different look. Nick Richards, he's checked in for Plumlee. Kevin Durant comes in for Bull. Beal's checked in for Allen. And it's Devin Booker in for Jones. And so they choose to intentionally foul.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Grizzlies making a switch here. Morant's checked in. Booker the pass to KD. Releases from 15. And there's Booker on the assist from KD. Durant's got 3 assists tonight. And Dunn over to help. Over to the left wing. Back to Clark. To the middle. Morant outside. Into the lane. And then Morant slams it in.
Yeah, when Morant gets a step to the hoop, he's looking to drop the hammer on you.
Booker against Clark. Devin Booker attacking. KD a screen on Clark. Here's Booker. And it's Phoenix scoring again.
And that's lethal. I love how Booker's eyes light up when he gets a mid-range opportunity.
For those just joining us, fourth quarter here. We're just over 2.5 minutes into it. Here's Morant. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Morant's got 16 points here in the second half.
Well, Morant's built to go and showing what he's made of here in the clutch.
Durant with a screen on Clark. Pass to Durant.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Dunn with a screen on Clark. Durant soaring in for the deuce.
But when you need a bucket, he's your guy.
Booker against Morant. And Morant throws it down.
A true leader. You can tell Morant takes pride in stepping up when it matters most.
Booker outside. Down low. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
And coming down the stretch here, both teams still on fire.
Yeah, in hopes that your opponent is just going to go cold. That's not going to happen, it doesn't look like in this one. This might go down to whoever has the last possession.
And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
Yeah, when I was coaching, this guy was a nightmare. It was hard to game plan for him. His quickness causes major issues.
Both shots good from the stripe.
Getting it done at the line as he usually does, and that could be huge in a tight game like this one.
Booker against Clark. Booker hammers it down.
And in that situation, everybody knows the ball's going to be in Booker's hands, and he comes up big.
Here's Morant. Yes!
Well, that's why you give Morant the ball down the stretch. He does not fear the big moments.
Booker against Clark. Outside, Beal. Durant kicks to Beal. Back to KD. Durant down the lane. Oh, he misses the dunk.
I think this is a rare case of being overcommitted. He tried to go all out at the rim, and they stifled him.
No clue where that pass was going. That is a brutal turnover.
So, guys, it comes down to this.
Time for your stars to shine.
Booker is screen on Jackson. Booker against Jackson. Back to Durant. Dunn with a screen on Jackson. Can't hit that one. The Grizzlies call timeout. And let's get your take, guys. What's the strategy?
And it's do or die time. They need a bucket here to stay alive.
Yeah, the clock is their enemy, and they know it. We'll see if they go for the tie or try and get a quick one.
The Grizzlies call timeout. What do you think Coach's focus is going to be here?
And it's do or die time. They need a bucket here to stay alive.
Yeah, the clock is their enemy, and they know it. We'll see if they go for the tie or try and get a quick one.
Looking to tie it up with a big triple.
Absolutely need a 3 here.
Jackson, a screen on Booker. Outside for Jackson. And it's sent back by KD. And that's out of bounds. Memphis will retain possession. Payne for 3. Buries the triple. A tremendous 3 to tie it up. And Mike Budenholzer is called a timeout. Coach clearly feeling the necessity to regroup with so much at stake here. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Grizzlies will take it.
Oh, come on. You cannot let that happen in this situation.
And regulation now complete. We will go to overtime. And we'll be back. Well, 4 quarters weren't enough to decide this ballgame. Sit back and enjoy as we move on to overtime. Here we go. Here's Morant. Morant is the point with Bane out on the wing. Williams is out there with Jackson, and it's up in at the 5 spot. Here's Morant. Goes up and lays it nice and easy. Morant's got 40 points. You know, Stan, when I think of you as a coach, I think defense. So let me put you on the spot as you assess the wing defenders in the NBA right now. Who are some of the top 2 or 3 that you notice?
Well, look, there's so many good ones. My favorite right now is Lou Dort because he's so strong, he's so disciplined, and he has an amazing ability to use his body even against guys that are a lot taller. He is a frustrating guy for great scorers to play against.
Now, he brought a lot to the NBA, but haven't the Thunder done a good job developing that game?
Well, they have, and look, they've got other great defenders too, like Jalen Williams.
It's extra time here, just over a minute into overtime. Oh, that's blocked, and they're able to recover. Here's Morant. Good, nice job down low. Morant's got 44.
Well, Morant has all the moves to find a way to score in there.
And now we've got the intentional foul. Edie's checked in for Memphis. Clark comes in for Vince Williams. Booker outside. Pass to KD. Back to Booker. Leans from outside. On the wing, Booker. And Beal kicks to Booker. From past the arc. Edie with the rebound. Edie's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Overtime in full swing here at 2 minutes off the clock. And it's Morant missing. Suns trailing. KD on the wing. It's in!
Big time basket at a big time moment.
Yeah, don't you just love to see a player embrace that kind of pressure?
Morant passes to Jackson. Nails the tray.
How about those points from Jackson? Big time.
Booker against Clark. To the paint. Count it. Huge bucket.
I think the roof's about to come off this place.
8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Morant against Booker. Morant outside. Pass to Edie. Oh, no good. And Mike Budenholzer is called a timeout. Pivotal moment in this game. He's not taking any chances. He'll call time. Booker with it. Money!
Whoa, that'll wake you up.
He is such a great athlete. The Grizzlies call timeout. And talking about the approach now, what are they looking at?
And they've got plenty of time to get a basket.
No doubt, but they might have to draw up something that the defense isn't expecting.
And here are the Grizzlies now. Jackson a screen on Booker. Jackson has the open look. Count it! A huge shot to...
And taking a technical there is the last thing we want to do. The opposite of smart basketball.
He sinks the clutch free throw. And so it's Phoenix who scraped by with the win. And they had some nervous moments down the stretch, but things finally came together for them in overtime.
Yeah, probably didn't anticipate
agree with you as well, B.A. And this is perhaps my favorite night of the year when you talk about the NBA opening night. So much excitement, so much anticipation, and we know the rest of the season will deliver.
Now let's take a look at Phoenix's opening lineup. Booker and Beal are the talented backcourt. Kevin Durant is out there with Royce O'Neal, and it's Richards in at center. Now here's Booker. Pass to Beal. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Durant with a screen on Edwards. Here's Booker. Randall pulls down the board.
Boy, he's got to be disappointed in the result there. I mean, the defender really didn't make any impact at all.
And here's Edwards outside. Sinks the tray.
Really like what Edwards did there. Assertive in the two-man game.
And it's Phoenix's ball. It's a three-point game. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
I caught up with Coach Chris Finch. We talked about how he plans to contain Devin Booker, and Coach said first, we've got to be on him at all times, and second, we can't let him get favorable matchups. He needs our best defenders on him, trying to work over screens and stay on top of Booker. That's the name of the game here, guys.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. Grant, when it comes to Anthony Edwards, fair to say he's meeting expectations so far.
Oh, no question, B.A. The first overall pick in the 2020 draft, Edwards has been anything but a bust. Now we are seeing him trying to compete for titles. 0 for 4 to start this game. Some of it's execution, and some of it's just bad luck.
Well, Edwards looking almost automatic there. Didn't wait too long to put that shot up.
Booker surveying the floor. Outside Durant. Three-pointer. Pure from three-point range.
And finally, a made shot. They look a little relieved after that one.
Here's Randall. And it's Randall with the jam.
Boy, what a throwdown by the well-built 6'9" Julius Randall with power.
Now Booker, beyond the arc. Another three for Phoenix.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
Pass to Randall. Randall on the screen. Puts it up. And it comes off the front of the rim.
Well, it's a make or miss league. Sometimes the Jays just don't fall. It wasn't a bad shot.
Booker against Edwards. Offensive rebound. Richards. Right side Durant. And it's Phoenix with another.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
And you know what? They're going to keep using it. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Now here's Edwards. He's got 5. It's Edwards on the wing. Shoots over Booker. They grab their own miss. Gobert. Ooh, tough break there. Shot after shot. They couldn't get anything to fall. Durant finds Booker. Minute 32 left in the first quarter here. Pulls it from 20. Booker missing again.
He's lost his rhythm completely this quarter, but he's determined to stay after it.
Edwards, that's good. Edwards got 7.
Edwards just doesn't allow defenders to bottle him up. Great focus and persistence.
1:05 left to play in the first. Booker against Edwards. Booker's shot is good. Booker's gotten his second bucket of the game.
There's something that is great about Booker. He doesn't take all outside shots. I mean, Devin can score it inside, too.
Booker against Edwards. Edwards can't get that one to fall. For Phoenix, they've gone 4 of 10 shooting the rock in this first quarter. Durant, pass to Booker. Back to Durant. Outside for Booker. Again, the Suns good for 2.
Awfully tough play to defend. When you honor the roller, Booker just takes advantage.
Randall a screen on Booker. And here's Edwards outside. Nails it from 3. He's got 10.
We see this every night. He has the skill and versatility to keep a defense guessing.
Beal, the pass to Durant. Outside Booker. Durant with a screen on Edwards. Pulls up, high post. And that's not gonna go. Misses at the buzzer. Anthony Edwards has been on. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out ahead in the second quarter. And before we move on, what do you guys think about what we've seen from the Timberwolves?
Oh, what I love was that first quarter was all about leaking out and capitalizing in transition.
Yeah, I like the way they play. They're looking to get up and down the court every time. Racehorse basketball here tonight. Strap it up. Don't look down. You'll miss something.
Dante DiVincenzo out there with Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Then there's Naz Reid. Then there's McDaniels. And it's Garza in at the 5 down low. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the T-Wolves. And Minnesota with possession here. After the basket by Phoenix on the other end. He buries it from 3.
Yeah, put your head down and go to work. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, these teams trading punches right now. I mean, it's table tennis. Back and forth we go.
Now here's Booker. His last outing, he had 20. It's rebounded by Minnesota. Starting the second quarter, about a minute gone. And it's McDaniels off the drive. And he might not blow you away with numbers, but there's a reason why McDaniels is on the floor so often, Clark.
Hey, B.A., I love his versatility at both ends of the floor. He knows exactly what's needed from him by his team. He gives it to him. He doesn't need a lot of touches. He just plays the game. Love his motor. Love his consistency. He is the epitome of a value-utility guy.
Now here's Booker. He's got 9. Here's Durant. Durant, so effective inside.
This is where KD dips into his bag and comes out smelling good.
Here's DiVincenzo. Durant pulls it in. And the timeout called by Mike Budenholzer. He wants to give him a breather and talk things over. And Grant, we know the importance of the veteran leaders on a team, but not every vet wants to accept a mentorship role.
Very true, B.A. In your later years, that role becomes a blend of playing and kind of coaching. Not everyone is cut out for that.
Randall, he's checked in for McDaniels. Bol, he's checked in for Phoenix. Jones comes in for Booker. Jones against DiVincenzo. Outside Jones. Bol, a screen on DiVincenzo. Jones, the pass to Bol. And finished off by Bol.
Really good screen that time. Then Bol with the quick roll.
The 3, DiVincenzo connects from downtown. DiVincenzo's got 6 in the quarter.
And after a scoreless first quarter, he's finding his offense.
Plumlee, a screen on DiVincenzo. Here's Jones. Here's Plumlee. Here's Beal. No made baskets yet. And it's off from three-point range. Here's Alexander Walker. And the 3 off target. And so Beal will bring it up for the Phoenix Suns. They trail by 1. Bol, a screen on Randall. Here's Beal. And that one off the back of the rim and in.
The mid-range jumper is a handy tool for Beal. A lot of his shots come from that area. He's got a ton of confidence in it.
Randall, good. Wow, 8 lead changes in the first half. Unbelievable.
Yeah, both sides digging in for what looks like a war.
Beal outside. Outside Bol. The 3. Randall pulls down the board. Minnesota's got 4 of 7. Oh, kind of mean on that one. Oh, wow.
Good transition hustle that time by Reid. Got back as quick as he could.
Suns trail by 3. And there's a minute 45 left in the second. Jones from outside. Drills it from deep.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there.
DiVincenzo can't hit.
And, you know, even though that shot didn't go down, I like how they got him a wide-open look in space there.
There's a minute 17 left in the first half. Beal, the pass to Plumlee. Soft touch off the glass.
Yeah, Beal with a great read out of the two-man game, just dropping a dime.
Here's Reed. And he makes it. Reed's got 4 points now in the quarter. Phoenix has gone 3 of 6 from deep so far. Beal outside. Inside, tipped. Here's Randall. Here's DiVincenzo. Pass to Randall, to the middle. Outside, Alexander Walker. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Garza. The Timberwolves need to get off a shot here. Back to DiVincenzo. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. Phoenix has gone 1 for 3 from downtown here in the second. Beal outside. There's 14 seconds left in the second period. Shot clock at 6. Shot from the wing. The shot that time not on target.
You got to move past that one. I mean, they'd want him to take that again.
Well, you know, I hear you. That's a good look, but when you're that wide open, I think you got to knock it down.
And the first half comes to a close in a tie game. And don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3.
Depth has been the key for them so far. They've gotten a nice spark from their second unit, especially at the offensive end.
And now an opportunity to check out the old social. And that's it for halftime.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. Boy, you gotta like what we're seeing from Anthony Edwards.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
And you know what? They've come at him a few different ways defensively, and nothing has slowed him down.
Kicking off the second half, here's Mike Budenholzer's 5. They've got Nick Richards. Royce O'Neal is out there with Kevin Durant. Then there's Grayson Allen, and it's Booker in at the 1 spot.
Yeah, you know, once Edwards flips that switch, now he stays fully engaged. His offensive arsenal is on full display.
Outside Booker. Wow, way back there. Devin Booker connects.
This is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
Nothing like answering back. One team gets 3, you fire 3 of your own. Boom.
Now here's Allen. Down low. Here's Richards. And denied. He sends it right off the glass. Here's Gobert. Oh, denied by Durant.
You know, somehow Durant is still a bit overlooked as a defender and shot blocker.
The Suns have gone just 1 of 3 in the second half. Here's Booker. Nice D from Reed.
1 for 4 in the second half. Just trying to get into a rhythm.
And Edwards slams it in.
Exactly how you want to run the break. Great execution by Edwards.
First minute and a half of basketball played here in the third quarter. Booker. And slammed it home. And a foul. A chance at another point at the line. It's on Anthony Edwards.
And you have to love it. The floor general taking things into his own hands.
Just the aggression they're looking for, man.
And it just forces the defense to pay more attention to him, guys, which we know can open up things for others.
Now here's Booker. 15 points in the game. For the lead. Ooh, Booker doing Booker things.
That's his 3rd triple of the night, his 2nd since halftime.
Reed, a screen on Booker. Edwards, a pass to Gobert. Releases. Edwards can't hit.
You look at him, and he's a little hit and miss from there, even without a defender in his face. No guarantee.
Outside Booker. Get up, Devin.
Yeah, you expect tremendous effort from a scorer like Booker, but it's still impressive to see him deliver.
And the bucket counts, and he is on his way to the line. He'll try to make it a three-point play. And that sends Rudy Gobert to the free throw line. That one on O'Neal, and he's got his first opportunity at the line here tonight.
And you know, with his free throw percentage being where it was last season, it changed the way teams defended him. I mean, there were no easy baskets. He was going to get fouled anytime he got near the rim. They were going to make him earn his points at the line.
Now here's Booker. 20 points for him. McDaniels with the rebound. The Timberwolves have gotten 4 of 7 shots to drop in the third. Gobert finds Edwards. Lets it fly. Tries again. And Durant with the block. And now the Suns, fast break. Oh, deflected. Allen outside. Takes a three. And once again, off the mark by Phoenix. Minnesota has gone 5 of 10 from beyond the three-point line in this game. Minnesota again missing. And the timeout called by Mike Budenholzer. He'll take the opportunity to regroup. The Timberwolves will go for a different look here. Garza's checked in for Gobert. Miller comes in for Reed. Alexander Walker, he's checked in for Randall. And it's DiVincenzo in for Anthony Edwards. So Phoenix going with almost an entirely new group here. Plumlee's checked in for Richards. Bull comes in for Durant. Dunn, he's checked in for O'Neal. And Tyus Jones subbed in for Devin Booker. Now here's Jones. Plumlee, a screen on DiVincenzo. Jones, the pass to Plumlee. Pass to Alexander Walker. DiVincenzo on the wing. .111 left in the third. McDaniels can't hit. Allen against Miller. Outside Bull. And it's Bull with the foul. That's his first foul. And a look now at the breakdown between threes and twos for the Timberwolves.
And I love the clip they've shot from beyond the arc. The only question, why haven't they taken more threes?
Minnesota's gone only 1 of 3 from deep here in the third. On the wing, Alexander Walker. Back to DiVincenzo. They set the pick. Fires the three. And it's Phoenix with a rebound.
We know how good a shooter he is. It's frustrating for him when he's not able to knock down that kind of wide open look.
Outside Jones. There's the triple. McDaniels with the rebound.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Over to the wing. Here's Garza. Gets the jumper from the corner to fall.
A versatile guard, DiVincenzo is excellent at hitting his teammates in their spots.
And it's Allen with the ball for Phoenix. It's a 1-point game. To the inside, and it goes out of bounds. That one off Allen.
Unforced turnovers. They'll drive your coach insane.
Just 4 seconds left in the third. For three, DiVincenzo. No good. Misses at the buzzer. And we've just finished the third quarter. What a tight game we've... And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked that this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Yeah, and with the accuracy to go along with that vision. I mean, he put the ball in the absolute perfect spot. That's how you orchestrate it.
And with 3 quarters behind us, we'll start the fourth in what is still anybody's ball game. Jaden McDaniels out there with Dante DiVincenzo. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Then it's Miller. And it's Garza in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. So that's the lineup from Minnesota. Here's DiVincenzo, following the score by Phoenix. Outside McDaniels. Misses the three. The Suns trailing. And that's an intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
Phoenix making a switch here. Richards is checked in for Plumlee. Durant comes in for Bull. Beal, he's checked in for Allen. And it's Devin Booker in for Jones. And here's Edwards outside. And it's Phoenix with a rebound. Durant's got 4 rebounds in the game. Phoenix has gone 5 of 10 from beyond the three-point line of this game. The 3. Randall pulls down the board. Randall's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Stolen by Booker. Here's Dunn. It's rebounded by Minnesota. Gobert's got his 6th rebound on the night. Minnesota's gone 1 for 3 in the fourth quarter from range. The Suns have gotten half of their attempts to fall in the fourth. 2 for 4 now. Here's Booker. It's good from about 19 feet. Booker's got 4 points in the quarter.
A silky mid-range jumper by Booker, attacking without any hesitation.
And here's Edwards outside. Minnesota again missing. The Suns leading. Moving along, 2 minutes gone in the fourth. Beal to pass to Durant. Just 5 on the clock. And perfection right through the net. And now a 4-point Phoenix lead.
He's such a clutch shooter. He just lives for the big shot.
Outside Edwards. They still need this. Durant pulls it in.
I think he's gone completely dry. Nothing is hitting.
And, you know, you can sense his frustration. This is going to be a test of his resolve here.
Now here's Booker. To the paint. Katie jams it straight down.
And Durant doesn't need to get up too high to throw it down. I think he could be dunking well into his 60s.
Every possession counts for them right now. That's not going to get it done.
Pass to Beal. There's 1:59 left to play in the fourth quarter of this one. Outside Booker. Over Edwards. Booker no good. Timberwolves trail by 6. The 3-ball. Edwards on target.
At every level, Edwards has been the go-to guy for his team. It's in his DNA.
Durant with a screen on Edwards. Here's Booker. And Booker with the jam.
Huge, man. I mean, the defense knows what Booker's capable of, but cannot get a stop.
And the Suns with possession. They're on a 12-3 run. Tries the spin move. Durant with a screen on Edwards. A nice shot by Booker. Booker's got 28.
No question. Booker excels at finding shots. He can be a real point machine.
Seems like Edwards never stops competing and believing right until the final buzzer.
Now here's Booker. Pass to Durant. Back to Booker. Durant with a screen on Edwards. Booker, the pass to Durant. Now Beal. Outside Durant. Launches a 3. Won't go. And that makes him 5 for 8. And Minnesota with possession here. Offensive board. Outside for Randall. Takes a 3. He connects. And that one brings him within 1.
Talk about stepping up in a big way.
Well, that was want to. He wanted the ball. Nobody else was taking that shot.
Now 8 seconds separating the 2 clocks. And Jaden McDaniels picks up the foul. That's his first foul of the game. Outside Booker. Outside Durant. Over McDaniels. And he didn't get quite enough under that one. Edwards looking for an opening. The fader. Oh, it falls!
The entire defense was frozen foot. Nobody picked up the shooter.
And Mike Budenholzer decides to call a timeout. And coach didn't want to take any chances in this situation, which is why he called the TO. All right, guys, how do you see him managing the next possession?
One last chance to win it right here. It's got to be a catch and shoot off the inbounds play. They don't have time for a second pass.
Here's Booker. Oh, that shot had a chance, but the all-or-nothing shot attempt is off the mark. So it's a narrow victory for the Timberwolves.
A great day it is. Greg, what are these players feeling as they tip off this new season?
It is always exciting to start a new season. Players are just filled with hope and optimism, especially after putting in all that offseason work.
Look at the 76ers starting group. We've got Yabusele. He's out there with Paul George. Joel Embiid out there with Tyrese Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the 2 spot. Here's Randall. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound.
That's just a bucket. Look, you expect him to make. It's tough when you miss those.
Whoa, look out! Look out!
Wow, okay, I see you.
And putting his explosive athleticism on full display there. George is capable of some highlight reel dunks.
Edwards' shot is good.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender has to do a better job fighting through the screen.
Now, here's Maxey. Pass to George. Back to Maxey. And he drives in to the wing on the left. Grimes. Good on the three-point shot.
Smart pass from the quick-thinking Maxey. Outstanding at finding uncovered teammates.
Hard to talk about a guy who can completely take over. Tyrese Maxey.
Oh, I love his energy. I love his focus. I love his love for the game. He is relentless. What's amazing is that there's still so much upside there, Kevin.
The real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Now here's Embiid. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
A list of guys as strong as Joel Embiid in this league is very short.
Over in the corner, McDaniels. Right side, Edwards. And there are the Timberwolves with another bucket.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
Now, here's Maxey. Gobert with the block.
And when Gobert is playing with this kind of aggression on that end, there aren't many better at defending it.
76ers have gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far. That 3 off the mark. Minnesota comes into this one following a loss to the Bucks in Milwaukee. Edwards, no good.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
Tough to watch those miss. I'm sure they'll convert the next chance.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Embiid against Gobert. It's good. Embiid's got his second basket of the night.
Well, and there's a reason why Embiid is the focal point of their offense, because he drains shots in bunches.
Edwards, and Edwards with the stuff.
Kevin, he is tough to stop when he gets to the rim.
Yeah, Greg, he can get up a few notches higher. Lets it go from the wing. Second shot opportunity. Intercepted. Alexander Walker passes to Edwards. Randall against George. Randall down low. Gobert finds Edwards. Just 5 to shoot, so they take the lead. Edwards got 11 points.
I love his shot selection today. He set the bar for the rest of the team.
And Nick Nurse, Greg, the 26th head coach in 76ers franchise history.
And Kevin, known for his creativity and that outside-the-box thinking, I think it's a good fit with this forward-thinking front office.
Good on the shot.
An agile move off the contact by Edwards, getting to his shot despite the difficult defense.
Maxey kicks to George. Maxey passes to George. That's it. He's got 2 made now, and he's shooting 2 for 3.
And a nice job here early of establishing an inside presence.
Maxey against Edwards. And it's off from 3-point range. The 76ers have gotten 5 of 10 shots to drop in this game so far, right at the 50% mark. The Timberwolves have gone 6 of 10 from the field in this ball game. Shot and game clock separated by 5. Pass to Randall. Randall, a screen on Maxey. No one near Edwards as he lets it fly. A three-pointer is right on target.
This man is on fire. His team is winning, and it doesn't get better than that.
Maxey, no good. Here's McDaniels. And again, Minnesota with the triple.
I tell you what, it's almost like stealing to watch how he plays the game from this seat.
Anthony Edwards has been leading the charge for Minnesota. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And a moment now to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for Minnesota.
They've really been dialed in from deep. This is a team that has a ton of confidence in their outside shooting ability.
And another thing Coach will be thrilled with, the assist numbers, spreading the wealth and creating some offensive opportunities.
Timberwolves leading by 8. So to begin the second quarter for the Philadelphia 76ers, we've got Maxey. Andre Drummond is out there with Oubre, and it's Bona in at the 4.
And when the score is as lopsided as it is, and you can see they smell blood in the water, my man is going for the jugular.
They get it back. Drummond. Oubre on the wing. And the 3 off target. Minnesota's gone 3 of 5 from beyond the arc so far tonight. McDaniels passes to Garza. And the wide open shot from DiVincenzo. And Reed throws it down.
When he's on the floor, offensive rebounding is always going to be a strength for them.
Greg, he keeps so many possessions alive, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can feel Coach smiling on the sidelines with every offensive board.
Now, here's Maxey. Pass to McCain. And the officials call him for a 3-second violation. Just a quick look now at how the point totals have looked over the last several months for him.
And it's really been a nice trend for him over these last several months. He's been steadily improving in terms of his scoring output. That extra production making him more valuable the further we get along in this season.
Great open look there. DiVincenzo's got his second bucket.
A defensive breakdown there, no doubt about it. I mean, he's a guy you have to be focused on defensively.
And that one's good, Maxey. And here in the second, with about a minute and a half gone by, this team has handed a lot of responsibility to Tyrese Maxey. But Greg, he's... Ooh, what a slam!
Oh, my.
What a slam!
Gracious. Wow, and that sort of showmanship is just deflating right now to a team trying to get back into a game like this.
Ouch, Greg, that is definitely an emphasis jam. A big apostrophe or exclamation point, maybe even a question mark. Miller's checked in for the Timberwolves. And now, courtesy of the 2K leaderboard, here are the teams that led the NBA in block shots last year. 5th, the Timberwolves.
It was an intimidating brand of defense they played. They sent the message that if you were going to get your points in the paint, you were going to have to work for them. They are losing because he is struggling so bad, and he has not looked comfortable all game.
Second quarter of play with around 2 minutes gone so far. DiVincenzo can't hit it. The 76ers trail by 14. Pass to Maxey. Shoots over DiVincenzo. And that one's good, Maxey. Maxey's got 4 points this quarter.
Maxey saying, sure, I'll take that.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Kevin, thanks. These days in the NBA, no lead is safe. Timberwolves coach Chris Finch said there was a time where you weren't taking 20 triples in a game. It's all down to that. Momentum, too. These guys got into the league being offensive-minded, and when they get hot, it's a sight, and it's really hard to stop. Kevin?
Chris Finch is right. It's impossible to stop. Thank you, D.A. Timberwolves leading by 14. Richard, you've talked a lot about how underrated longevity has been as a factor in measuring some of the all-time great players.
Well, when you think about Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, the only way to achieve greatness in the statistical category is to have longevity. So obviously greatness and longevity coincide.
Alexander Walker, he's checked in for the Timberwolves. And the jam by Oubre.
A powerful finisher, Oubre Jr. You deserve to get tugged on when you let him get inside.
Near the three-point line, it's DiVincenzo. Good work there as it goes. DiVincenzo's got 8 points.
That scoreless first quarter, that might have woke him up, and he's turned it on here in the second.
Tipped away. Pass to Maxey. Takes a three. Drills the three-pointer. Maxey's got his third bucket of the night.
So locked in from range, Maxey almost makes it look effortless.
Tries from 10. DiVincenzo finds Miller. 1:19 left here in the second. Pulls up. High post. Andre Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got his 4th rebound in this one. Jacks up a three. Drummond. And Drummond is right there.
Pursues the offensive glass with purpose. Drummond knows who he is, and boy, does he attack it.
DiVincenzo against Maxey. And 2 shots coming up at the line as he gets fouled on the shot. You know, Greg, when you look at the Timberwolves' history, the first round had been a problem for them. But not last year, as they swept the Phoenix Suns.
And you got to look at it as being a tremendous success, right? Because going into the season, I don't know that anyone thought they would have made it to the conference finals. But, boy, that young group gelled well together, and the sky's the limit for the future.
Let's just say his subpar shooting is just one reason why they are trailing in this ball game.
32 seconds left to play here in the second quarter. Shot clock at 6. Reed with a screen for DiVincenzo. Kept alive. Out to Miller. Wants to get it to Reed, and does. And Reed throws it down.
There it is, guys. One of those effort plays that makes a big difference in the game.
And GA, it is definitely making a difference so far today.
Offensive rebounding is about hustle and determination. Huge putback, making a statement there.
Pass to DiVincenzo. And right away, they match it with a three-pointer of their own. DiVincenzo's got 13 points. And so it's Minnesota riding a 15-point lead at the end of the quarter. Thank you, David. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the second half momentarily.
Thanks for stopping by, everybody. The story tonight, everything, and I mean...
Well, to be honest, a good shot for one person may not be a good shot for you. Each guy on this team has to understand his limitation.
And changing it up, my favorite segment, social media. And that's a halftime wrap.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. You know, Anthony Edwards has been exceptional here, guys.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column through 2 quarters? He has been terrific.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
McDaniels is out there with Edwards. Then there's Reed. And it's Rudy Gobert. And it's Randall in at the small forward. So that's the Timberwolves 5. Minnesota leading by 17. McDaniels kicks to Edwards. Gobert dishes to McDaniels. Gobert the pass to McDaniels. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. Reed with a screen on Embiid. Edwards. And again, it's Minnesota converting.
A good read by Edwards, playing at his pace and carving out space for that shot.
And Greg, it didn't take long for Anthony Edwards to prove himself in the NBA.
There's so much to like about his game. As outstanding as his offense is, his defense cannot be overlooked. He is a lockdown presence when he needs to be.
Gobert finds Edwards. Over Edwards. Nice spin off the left rim and in. Edwards got 6 in the quarter.
Something lit a fire under them at the half. They started this quarter going 3 for 3 from the floor.
George, that's a two-pointer. Yes, that goes in.
And moving George around the floor keeps the defense guessing.
Edwards looking it over. Banked in off the glass. Edwards got 24.
Their execution after halftime has been excellent, making their first 4.
Yabusele passes to George. Gobert with the block.
And there's a reason Gobert has led the league in block shots.
Rough start to the second half for them, only getting 1 of the past 4 shots to fall.
But only the first miss of the second half. They've come out here with authority.
Near the three-point line, it's Edwards. A rebound by the Timberwolves. Gobert's got rebound number 5 here tonight.
Yeah, the offense scuffling a bit to start this second half. Only 1 for the first 5.
Back to McDaniel. Here's Edwards. And it's Grimes with the rebound. The 76ers trail by 21. Outside, George. Bucket is good. George has got 8 points.
And he's doing everything he can offensively to lift them out of this hole. But I'm not sure his hot shooting can do it alone.
Edwards kicks to Gobert. Pass to Reed. It's Edwards on the wing. 24 points for him. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. There's 1:54 left here in the third quarter. Nobody near George. A three-pointer off the mark.
And sometimes on defense, you can just get lucky.
Here's Edwards. And he uses the glass on the layup. Edwards got 10 points in just the second half.
And we are seeing tonight why Edwards was selected first overall. Anthony has a special ability to score.
And we will have a timeout called by Nick Nurse. He's made the decision. He wants to huddle up with his guys. So both teams making some changes here. 1:37 left to play in the third. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, when you look at the draft, it seems talent evaluators have a type. LeBron James says our league is always hungry for potential. That's the whole focus of the lottery. It makes sense that those guys who are taken 16 through 30 are on real contending teams and making impacts. Of course, Kevin, everybody wants to draft the next LeBron. Good luck with that.
Or work with the next David Aldridge, a Hall of Famer. David, thank you. 1:09 left in the third. From 18 feet away, and he buries that one, drilling the rim on the way down. Lowry's got 5 points now in the quarter. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
And Lowry will get his fair share of points in close. This guy's a grinder.
That free throw missing. Greg, this is some kind of note. Last year, Minnesota, for just the second time, had ever won a series in the postseason.
Yeah, they've been bounced in the first round, 10 of 12 appearances. But last year's team was different. Their elite defense fueled the conference finals run.
Here's DiVincenzo, and there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
Taking matters into his own hands.
Yeah, we didn't expect to see that kind of finish.
A point guard getting up like that? Boy, that is special.
Lets it fly from 18. Garza pulls it in. Timberwolves leading by 16. DiVincenzo with it. He's got 15. We've got 13 seconds left in the third quarter. The Timberwolves need to get a shot off here. Here's Minot. And again, it's Minnesota converting.
And we always talk about making your teammate better. That assist was right on target.
Lowry has the open look, and he got that one up in time, but doesn't go in. Anthony Edwards has been leading the charge for the Minnesota Timberwolves. He's up to 20. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
And how about the floor generalship right here? I mean, showing us why they're always in good hands when he's the man in charge.
He does do a great job steering the ship for them out there and keeping the offense clicking.
And there have been two very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. On the court for Philadelphia to start the fourth. Edwards is out there with Yabusele. Then there's Lowry. And it's Bona in at the 5, home in the paint. Here's Edwards. Randall grabs the board. Minnesota leading by 16. Here's DiVincenzo. And the layup is good.
That's their third straight make off an assist.
Lowry looking around. Off on the layup. The Timberwolves shooting 65%, an outstanding offensive display from them. Alexander Walker on the wing. Power down with both hands.
The finish was nice, but the setup was better.
Yeah, G8, the pick working to full effect before the stuff.
Yeah, you like the pick to set up the open shot. But when it leads to a dunk, okay, even better. We'll take it.
It's a +5 advantage for them in rebounding after that one.
About a minute and a half through the fourth quarter now. Here's Minot. A special move before the shot.
Well-rounded effort, and they showed no signs of letting up.
Yeah, not just an impressive showing on offense, but on defense as well, executing their game plan perfectly.
Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
You can't lose a shooter like him on the court. The ball will find its way to him, and he will drill a 3 each time.
Back to DiVincenzo. From deep three-point land. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Yabusele's got his 5th rebound in this one.
He knocked down a 3 in the first quarter, but he's still been unable to connect from deep past the break.
And the NBA last season, Richard, really emphasizing it's an 82-game league. And I know you love that.
Oh, that is my favorite thing. I was taught by the legends of the game that you go out there and play every single night that you can. At some point in time, the sports and science team realized that it is very difficult to be a professional. But I stand by. 82 games is an achievement that very few can achieve now.
Drummond with a screen on Edwards. Here's Maxey. Here's Drummond. From deep, George. The putback controls the rebound and puts it back up and in.
Oh, how about the deft touch right there, guys?
He just guided that ball back up and in. Just a fingertip touch on the ball. Edwards passes to Reed. Outside Edwards.
2 minutes in the game. 2 minutes.
Back to Reed. And Reed throws it down.
Late in the game, up big, they continue to attack.
If you want to be great, you have to have that killer instinct.
Maxey against Edwards. And here's George for 3. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. Outside Edwards. .131 left in the fourth quarter. And they pick up 2. Edwards got 14 points here in the second half.
Well, guys, this was never really a contest, just a total obliteration, if you will. And you can safely say mission accomplished now for the Timberwolves.
And this was one that never really was in doubt, I thought, an all-around dominant performance. And you kind of thought that maybe even going into the game.
Yeah, there was a sense of that, and man, they just pretty much blew them right out of the water. A clinic was put on display here today.
And it'll go down as their first official win of the new year.
And they've really had a dominant run of games against this opponent this year. They played them 3 times and won every one.
The one player that really stands out, of course, in this one, it was a dazzling game for Anthony Edwards.
And he's been a well-oiled machine on offense, keeping things simple in this end, getting the looks that he wanted, knocking them down.
Edwards drives in. Pass to Gobert. And that one drops for him.
And it's just competing. You know, giving your best when it matters most.
And let me tell you, as a team, you love to hit your stride right at the crucial moments. They put this game away in style.
The shot by George, no good. It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. McDaniels kicks to Edwards. Reed with a screen on Maxey. For 3, Edwards. And it's Bona with the rebound. Randall against George. The three-pointer, no good. So it's Minnesota winning this one easy. It was a tip. All right, DA, thanks again. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast.
every team with an equal chance to do something special.
Oh, B.A., that's the way these teams look at it. Regardless how your previous season went, you have a chance to do something special, something great. Time to start fresh and build on that optimism.
Looking at the starting five for the Boston Celtics. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the 5, down low. Now here's Oubre. The shot from the low post is good.
Yeah, Grimes has the frame to work down low. I like when he gets inside.
Boston on offense. Last time they met in Boston.
In their last game against this opponent, they secured the win because their second unit really stepped up.
Certainly something to keep an eye on. We'll see how the rotations go this time out. Every night it seems to be different.
Here's Tatum. It's hauled in by Oubre.
It's all about the defense right there. Without that level of activity, he probably scores it.
Maxey. Some solid defense from Holiday. For Boston, they've gone 0 for 3 from the floor to begin this one. Talking about Tyrese Maxey, Grant, here's a guy who's improved every year.
Yeah, B.A. I mean, from averaging 8 as a rookie to 26 points during his breakout 4th year, Maxey has added to his game every offseason and turned himself into an elite scorer.
And here are the 76ers. And the call will be against Derek White. That's his first foul of the game.
Personal foul. First team foul.
First minute and a half of basketball played here in this one. Unloads.
Boy, as good as he is on the offensive end, Jason Tatum showing he can be a factor defensively.
Again, the miss by the Celtics.
I mean, just a tough start, missing their first 5 shots.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Nick Nurse. We talked about some of the challenges that they'll face tonight, not the least of which is defending Jason Tatum. He said the guy plays with so much confidence. He's a great scorer from all 3 levels. He can go for 40, 50, 60 in a night. We just have to try and make someone else beat us.
Great work, Allie. Thanks.
Boy, you catch the defense off guard by being willing to fire as soon as the ball touches your hands.
To the left wing. For 3, George gets the 3 to fall. George has got 5.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
It's good.
Jaylen Brown has improved as a setup guy. That pass was on time and on target.
Here's Maxey. Boston pulls it in.
Gets caught showboating there. But hey, he had room. Just don't get many chances to add some style. Sometimes you got to go for it.
Now here's Holiday. Outside, Brown. And they're going to count that bucket, and they'll send him to the line. It could be a 3-point play. And he's made a case for first-team all-defense. Doris, Jaylen Brown, the complete game.
Brian, what you love to see from a great player that's just entering their prime is the pride they take in being well-rounded. Do you want to absorb a big-time defensive assignment? Jaylen Brown wants to do exactly that. You have got to have the right focus and the right reads in the pick and roll, and Paul George making all the right decisions right now, slicing up the defense.
Now here's White, still without a bucket. Here's Holiday. Drops in the layup for 2.
And they may have talked about shot selection coming into this.
Outside Maxey. And there's the lob. And stolen by Porzingis. From behind the arc. Paul George pulls it in. 76ers trail by 3. Out to Oubre. Pass to George. Lets it go from deep. Hauled in by Brown.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Here's Tatum. From down in the low post, it goes.
And what's working here? Each guy is willing to make the next pass.
And George with the jam.
Boy, you talk about athleticism. How easy does PG make it look right there?
Tatum gets the bucket. Tatum's got 6.
Yeah, their defense is starting to wear down. That's 3 straight buckets at the rim.
Maxey passes to Grimes. Kicks it to George. Pass to Embiid. Puts it up from 15. Boston pulls it in. There's 18 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Outside Tatum. And here's Brown for 3. Tatum passes to Brown. Off the mark there with a 3. And so the ball out of bounds. Embiid touched it last. It's been all about Jaylen Brown for the Celtics. 8 points in the quarter, showing how effective he can be. More Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for Boston.
The way they just continue to drive right at the defense, they've really been overwhelming them when they do this.
We've also seen them show a willingness to take advantage of the mid-range opportunities. The defense conceding these looks, and they're cashing in.
On the floor for Boston, Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. The perimeter pairing, it's White and Brown. And it's Holiday in at the point. Pass to White. Clock at 4. Porzingis for 3. Drummond grabs the miss. 76ers trail by 5. And the expression, not enough touches to go around. Do the Celtics risk falling into that trap, Doris?
Well, first and foremost, BA, if that's a problem for you, it's a good one to have. I think the key here is with all the weapons available, you have to have some personal sacrifice. And to this point, this team has been willing to do that.
Throws it up high. Porzingis misses.
And the idea was good, but the execution severely lacking.
Just a missed connection, and it happens. I'm sure they will go back to it if given the opportunity.
That's a decent look for him. He just couldn't convert.
Celtics lead by 3. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. NBA scoring has been climbing over the past decades, Grant. Is the league too offensive at the moment, you think?
Well, we know that people like scoring, the fans, players, everyone, but the league needs to make sure there aren't hamstringing defenders too much. So I think allowing some more physicality incentivizes the defender to defend, and now we have competition on both sides of the ball.
Pass to Tatum. Outside Holiday. Outside Brown. Porzingis sets a screen. And he lobs it up. Oh, Kristaps, the finish.
Oh, go get it, big fella. Porzingis with the skyscraper.
Drummond, the screen on Holiday. For 3, Maxey. It's hauled in by White. And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. Despite Joel Embiid missing more than half of their games, Grant, the Sixers still won 47 games last season.
Yeah, B.A., and lots of credit goes to Tyrese Maxey, averaging over 26 points a game. Philadelphia also had some good depth, and that really helped.
Got a line change here for Boston. It's the 2K leaderboard, showing the teams with the most points off turnovers last season. In third, the 76ers.
And whenever you turn the ball over against them, they pushed it right back at you. Last year, they were just merciless at exploiting teams whenever they made mistakes against them. Uh-oh, did he change his mind on the way up? I think he did.
Up high and down it goes on the lob.
Woo! His energy is unmatched.
The finish in transition, nice and easy.
Here's Pritchard. Drains the triple. And the Celtics lead by 5.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
It takes incredible effort to stay connected to the hip of the offensive player. You've got to want to work.
Here's Drummond, and it's rejected. And he recovers it. The open shot by Edwards. And he buries that one. Back rim and in.
Setting each other up beautifully. I love it. 8 of their last 10 points coming off assists.
Here's Pritchard. And again, Boston with the triple.
You like how their perimeter game is building out. They're feeling it right now.
Maxey attacking. Finally gets one to go. That makes him 1 for 5 in this game.
You know, you have to love how strong Maxey takes it inside. Feels like he can beat everyone to the cup.
Outside Craig. Here's Pritchard. Maxey covering. Down low. Oh, got a piece of it. Horford gets it done inside.
Well, Al Horford just goes about his business, and that's an easy opportunity right there.
Maxey attacking. Boom! He jams it straight down.
Just great offense. The screen freeing him up for the slam.
Hey, without that screen, he doesn't get a clean look at the rim.
Boy, that's a play you just practice time and time again, and that's the result of the work put in.
And you know, you look at someone like Peyton Pritchard, Doris, heady guy who doesn't make many mistakes.
BA, maybe his best attribute in my mind is the competitive spirit and the motor he plays with. He's a fearless shot taker, either inside or from three-point range. He makes excellent choices with his passes. But again, I go back to that competitive toughness.
If they keep finding steals like that, they won't be in the hole much longer.
To the wing on the left. To the middle. Fast break, Philadelphia. Here's Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
Yeah, just an outstanding find by Maxey. More than willing to give it up to open teammates.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. The three from Craig. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got 6 rebounds now in the game. The kick out to Edwards. Pass to Bona. Outside Maxey. Edwards for 3. No luck on that one. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. Celtics out in front. They lead by a bucket. Well, now we have some time to check in with Allie LaForce. Allie.
Well,
thank you, Allie. Good stuff. We will be right back after this break for the beginning of the third quarter.
It'll be the Cleveland Cavaliers up against the Pacers in Indianapolis. 7 p.m. Eastern is the tip-off. And a look back now at the first half, as the Sixers have a tight game on their hands.
I like the way they've been running, pushing the ball, putting that defense on.
And that'll do it for us.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard. Wow, it's been quite a game for Jaylen Brown.
You just love his patience offensively in the first half. Waited until he got the looks he wanted.
You know, as a coach, you can preach good shot selection, but it's up to the players to execute, and this guy has done just that.
George out there with Kelly Oubre. Then it's Joel Embiid, and it's Grimes in at the shooting guard position. That's the group for Nick Nurse getting going here in the second half. Here's George. The shot is good, and this game is back to even. George has got 11.
You can really see their confidence growing as this game has gone on. They have reason to believe that.
What I love is the heart, the fire, the tenacity. This is absolutely fantastic.
To the inside. Here's Brown. That one is off. Ooh, nice D from George. And for the 76ers, their shooting has been good. 54% on this one. Oubre on the wing. To the right side. Grimes, the pass to George. Out to Oubre for the lead. And it's Jason Tatum with a rebound. And so it's White with it. He brings it up for Boston. Porzingis with it. Guarded now by George. Three-pointer goes up. Three-pointer goes down for White.
He's not always assertive on the catch, but Derek White, rise and fire from three-point, and it is on target.
George drives in. Boston pulls it in. Outside Porzingis. No good with the triple. 76ers trail by 3. Pass to McCain. Over Holiday. Here's Embiid out to the right wing. This one for three. Hauled in by Brown.
Trying to get it going. Only 1 for 5 to start the second half.
Off the lob, Jason Tatum.
Wow, how about the long arms and the timing of Jason Tatum on the alley-oop? Nice.
He's taking what he can get here as a 3 in each half.
Well, Grant, you often hear about how smooth Paul George's game is.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. Young players can learn a lot by watching his footwork. His timing, his ability to find the space he needs, it's just tremendous. He's been a steady presence for them. Nice to have that kind of safety net at the offensive end.
Screen by Embiid. And he's going for the oop here. And Porzingis with the block.
7'6" wingspan, sending it back. Kristaps Porzingis with the rejection.
Tatum inside. He's got 10. Pulls up. The open J off the mark.
Boy, a forgettable night for him, but thankfully his teammates have played well overall.
And George with the jam.
Once Paul George has the first couple go down, now he knows he's cooking, and it's going to be a long night.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, B.A.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use 2 hands next time. He knows where he is. And so it's Nick Nurse calling timeout here. He wants a few moments to regroup with his players. Boston with some changes. And a look here at the scoring trend over the last several months for him.
He's been on a tear offensively these past few months, and you know how much they love the extra points he provides. He's been shouldering a bigger load recently, and I think he's just getting started.
Boston leading by 4. Out of bounds. It'll be Sixers ball. Third quarter of basketball here. A little under 3.5 minutes gone by. Outside Walker. Here's McCain. Still no points. It's Walker on the wing. 6 to shoot. Edwards for 3. And Pritchard pulls it down. For Boston, they've gotten 4 of 7 shots to drop in the third. Over Walker. Pritchard gets it to go. And it's a 6-point Boston lead.
This guy can do so much for you on the offensive end, and that is why his number gets called time and time again.
Here's McCain. The putback. Oh, he hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
Woo, hard work creating the second chance opportunity.
40 seconds left in the third quarter. Pritchard, the pass to Horford. Back to Pritchard. Releases. Here's Hauser. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. The kick out to Edwards. The 3 is up. Gets the 3 ball to go. Now just a 1-point Boston lead.
That's why you keep your head up. If the assist is there, you can pounce.
The 3 from Craig. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got his 8th rebound here tonight. Walker for 3. No good that time. 3 quarters of play and a close one here. Boston out in front, up by 1. All right, and a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
And from the 2-guard spot, an unselfish play like this sets a fantastic tone.
Well, having multiple playmakers on the floor makes you a much tougher team to defend.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. And it's a completely new group for the 76ers. And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
During that last break, I heard Joe Mazzulla as he talked with the team. He pleaded with his guys to keep their emotions in check, saying, "You're battling right now. Continue to play smart. Don't try to be a hero out there. Play for one another." Guys, let's see what happens.
And Allie, thanks. Taking a look at the Celtics. The two Jays, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. And here's George. He'll bring it up for Philadelphia. It's a 1-point game. Pass to Oubre. And the go-ahead bucket, no good. And for Boston, they're shooting a nice 50% for the game. A nice shot by Brown.
You can see the work Jaylen Brown has put in to become a range shooter. Nice.
Out to Oubre. The 3. With the putback. Great positioning on the putback.
We've seen that more than once today. An effortless basket inside.
Porzingis finds Tatum. Back to Porzingis. And it's good. Fought through contact. Hit the shot and will go to the line. All right, well, a look at how the hustle game has been going for Boston.
Their defense has been on point all game long. They're out hustling the shooters and swatting down plenty of shots.
And you also have to love the way they've gotten out and run in transition. A ton of good chances tonight simply from being willing to run the floor.
He deked the defenders there, and they thought Maxey was going to dish to a big, but instead...
Oh! Jason Tatum!
Oh, my goodness. Jason Tatum, you've got to be kidding me. How pretty was that?
Holiday against Maxey. Up top, George. Right side, Oubre. Right wing. Pass to George. Late clock, the Sixers need to put one up here for 3. Maxey. And that basket makes him 5 for 10. Steady production so far.
Ooh, the range of Maxey is pretty impressive. He is consistent from beyond the arc.
Tatum passes to Porzingis. Embiid with a steal. Here's George, hounded by Tatum. Pass to Oubre. The kick out to Maxey. Back to Oubre. And stolen by Porzingis. And here we go, the Celtics on the run. Here's Tatum. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. It's going to go on Paul George.
You can see Jason Tatum not letting the pressure get to him, just calmly sinking the bucket.
And so Tatum nails both of them. 76ers trail by 4. Right side Maxey. Pass to Embiid. Now George from outside the arc. Another 3 for Philadelphia.
Such a clutch shooter. This guy lives for these kinds of moments and delivers.
Tatum with it. Left side, Brown. Inside, Embiid with a steal. Fast break, Philadelphia. Here's George. And the jam by George.
That's what you expect from your leader. Paul George stays calm and doesn't get overwhelmed by the moment.
Porzingis misses.
Boy, surprised he missed that. The defense just good enough to prevent that bucket.
George draws the double. And Jaylen Brown gets a whistle that time. That's his first foul. And there's a minute 45 left in the fourth quarter here. George, a screen on Holiday. Maxey. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line. And no surprise here. At this stage of the game, they're going to use the coach's challenge. Make them take another look at the call.
People were worried that this would slow the... policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Good on the first, and that'll put him up 2. Second one is good, getting both at the line, and it's a 3-point game.
This guy has a reputation for being a great free throw shooter, and you've got to knock him down. He does it here. Jason Tatum under duress of the shot clock. Big moment, no problem.
Maxey surveyed. 1:21 left to play in the fourth. George outside. Just 5 to shoot. Launches it. And it's Jason Tatum with a rebound.
And just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Oh, there's the alley.
Oh, you love the aggressiveness and the swagger that Porzingis has to take that shot. Such a clutch play from the Latvian.
Embiid, a screen on Holiday. Here's Maxey. The Sixers with another miss.
Well, seized up just a little bit at the last second. That's when he normally converts.
There's 38 seconds left in the fourth. Brown passes to Tatum. Money!
Great to see guys who don't back down under pressure.
To me, more often than not, when you attack, good things happen.
For 3, George, and it's in. Oh, what a sensational bucket. That brings him within 1. And so it's White with it. He brings it up for the Celtics. They'll probably slow things down now.
Burn the clock while you have the lead. I like that.
Puts it up from 15. Hits the front of the rim and out. And timeout is called by Nick Nurse. And a great call on his part. This is the time you want to be in sync right here. All right, what are the considerations at this late juncture?
This is where your coaching is so important. They need a really good play now.
Well, this is a chance to take the lead, so you've got to draw up a play to make it happen. He is too good a mid-range shooter to leave him that open.
And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. The pressure is on, and he's got a plan to share with his guys. Obviously, not a lot of time to work with. What do you guys think we're going to see?
And this is what it's all about. This shot could win the game. Not much time left, but they have just enough to execute a play.
So a close game sees Philadelphia. Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. And that about wraps it up. For Allie LaForce, Grant Hill, and